So I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Orangeville Town Council for Monday, March the 7th. Could we have a motion to approve the agenda, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. All in favor? Thank you. Any disclosures of direct or indirect pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We'll move on to our public meeting. This is a presentation regarding proposed changes to our vehicle for hire bylaw. We have with us tonight Chris Johnston, Bylaw and Property Standards Officer, to do a presentation. Mr. Johnston, welcome. You're muted, sir.
There we go. Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'd be happy to share the presentation. If everyone could just let me know if you can see my screen.
I cannot.
Okay.
We still cannot, Chris. There we go.
Okay, perfect. So as I mentioned, good evening. Thank you for taking the time to hear this public presentation for our vehicle for hire bylaw. To give council and members of the public a brief timeline of the events to date. So in early 2022, council directed staff to review and update the existing taxi bylaw. On January 24th, staff reported back to council with report CPS 2022-004. In February, staff met with various stakeholders within the industry to obtain feedback with respect to the draft bylaw. Today, March 7th, the public meeting is held to obtain additional feedback with respect to the draft bylaw. Our next steps are to circulate to the Dufferin area municipalities to gauge interest in the vehicle for hire licensing frameworks within the Dufferin County. On April 11th, staff will report back to council on the feedback we received and just have to move my cursor there, sorry, to decide on the proposed vehicle for hire bylaw. So a bit of background with respect to the current taxi bylaw. It was adopted and enacted in 2004 and has received several amendments to date, with the most recent occurring on February 8th, 2021. That amendment was to remove the roof light requirement and the decals to assist the industry. The proposed updates seek to do the following: create an administrative framework that strives to level the playing field amongst various transportation services, such as taxis, limousines, and ride-sharing companies, as we refer to them as TNCs, Transportation Network Companies. Our hope is to establish general licensing provisions that can be applied to other license types within the town, such as tow trucks. Again, we're to standardize the hearing process regarding the refusal and revocation of a license through an appeal process. And we are to include relevant legislation, such as the Municipal Act, the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, and the Human Rights Code. These few slides will go through the proposed updates. We've broken them down into each license type for ease of the presentation. So the first license type is the taxi driver. So drivers are to submit, when applying for a license with the town, a driver's abstract that's 60 days current. And currently we accept 30 days. So we're extending that, we're doubling the time for that. Drivers are to read and sign the acknowledgement of the town's accessibility standards for customer service. They're to provide proof of Canadian citizenship, land and immigrant status, or valid work permit. We've also included some of the feedback on the presentation denoted by the check marks and red X's and following up slides. So the proposed and recommended change as a result of stakeholder input. We are looking to expand the parameters for proof of work documentation, such as the SIN card or a Nexus card. Drivers are to provide proof of employment from an owner or broker. They're to keep electronic records of each transportation service for 1 year and able to communicate in English to the extent necessary to perform his or her duties. So as a result of stakeholder input, we are going to remove the terminology of English, and it shall read, be able to communicate to the extent necessary to perform his or her duties. The next license type category is the taxi owner. So this is the vehicle itself. Vehicles cannot exceed 10 model years. Currently, we are at 12 model years within our current bylaw. A requested change came from a stakeholder, and we are not recommending it at this time to reinstate the 12 model year or on a case-by-case basis. The 10 model year framework is consistent with surrounding municipalities. Taxi vehicles are to display a no smoking sign. The vehicle is to bear the compliance label required by the Motor Vehicle Safety Regulations, CRC 1038 of the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, SS 1993, Chapter 16 as amended. That's the sticker that's found on vehicles by the manufacturer. Green/electric vehicles are now defined within the bylaw, and we are proposing a license fee discount for that type of category. What we will be removing is the first aid and emergency roadside kit. So this was a requested change from a stakeholder, and we are not recommending it at this time to reinstate this as being mandatory. So we certainly encourage drivers and owners to have these kits, but it's being removed in order to create consistency within the industry itself. Furthermore, we'll be removing the biannual safety certificate for vehicles more than 5 model years old. Next license type category is the broker. So we would be looking at creating general liability insurance holding a minimum of $2 million in coverage. We received stakeholder input, and we are not recommending it at this time to increase the proof of insurance to a minimum of $5 million. We acknowledge that there's been recent changes within the taxi industry to retain insurance through many challenges with respect to that, and we are looking to simply just create a more consistency within the bylaw itself and the industry as a whole. Each taxi that is dispatched is required to accept credit and debit card payments in addition to cash, and they're to be equipped with a GPS system. The next license type category is accessible taxis. Vehicles are to be equipped with securement devices that limit the motion of wheelchairs, be equipped with a first aid kit, one dry fire chemical extinguisher, be in compliance with Highway Traffic Act Regulation 629. Just noting above, the 2 last bullets I mentioned, they're all part of Highway Traffic Act 629, which is a piece of the Highway Traffic Act, a separate piece of regulations that strictly speak to accessible taxis. This was a change that we proposed where a broker has more than 5 affiliated taxis with its brokerage, proof of 1 taxi that is accessible. So it is a proposed and recommended change from the stakeholders that we remove the requirement and consult with the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee to determine the proportion of on-demand accessible taxis required within the community in accordance with the AODA. We are proposing a license fee discount. So as a result of stakeholder input, we would be looking at waiving the annual license fee to incentivize the use of these vehicles and further eliminate any barriers of entry into the market. The next license type category is limousines. So again, driver's abstract to be submitted 60 days current. It mimics taxis being 30 days current, so we're doubling that time frame. They're to read and acknowledge the town's accessibility standards for customer service, proof of Canadian citizenship, land immigrant status, or valid work permit. As mimicking taxis, it was a stakeholder input, so we're looking to expand that parameter to include SIM cards and Nexus cards. Proof of employment from the owner broker, keep electronic records of each transportation service for 1 year. They're to be professionally attired. Provide a copy of fares to the license issuer. And again, to mimic the taxis, able to communicate to the extent necessary to perform his or her duties. So we're removing the terminology English and being able and reading to be able to communicate to the extent necessary to perform his or her duties. Now the license type of limousines, the vehicle itself, they're to keep a record of signed contracts for services rendered, i.e. driver ID, service, fare charged, etc. Keep and maintain all records of repair. No vehicles can exceed 10 model years, currently at 12 model years within our existing bylaw, except for vintage vehicles. The limousine companies are to list all limousine drivers operating limousines, which shall include the name of each limousine driver, the year, make, and model, and Ontario license plate of the limousine operated by the limousine driver, the name of the limousine owner and plate number, and a copy of fares to be charged for the use of the limousine. We'll be looking at removing the limiting definition to vehicle-specific dimensions. In our current bylaw, we limit the size of a limousine to a specific dimension, so we're expanding that, and removing the safety certificate for vehicles more than 8 model years old. The next slide is a new category for our bylaw, would be the Transportation Network Companies, TNCs. So TNC companies, when applying, need to submit the name of each driver provided, the year, make, and model of each vehicle offered, insurance coverage showing $5 million in general liability coverage. So recommended change in this is to mimic the taxi and limousines, is reducing the minimum requirement from $5 million to $2 million. And that's to create the consistency within the industry. TNC companies need to demonstrate through the app, usually. The app shows the TNC name and the contact information, first name and photo of the TNC driver, current location and license plate of the vehicle, the estimated fare. The app provides a system to link or rate or comment on the driver. The app provides a process allowing a passenger to accept or refuse the service. The app provides secure payment methods, and either a printed or electronic receipt is provided. The app will incorporate a GPS system, and vehicles are accessible to a person with a disability. And this is a continuation of TNCs. The companies to make public their insurance coverages, transportation services they offer, applicable screening, general prohibitions that a TNC company shall not permit. TNC companies cannot permit the hailing or solicitation of rides, and a TNC driver cannot accept cash. With respect to fees, we are proposing a license fee between $6,000 to $8,000 annually. Based on a review of surrounding municipalities, a flat rate fee will be established to streamline the initial implementation of TNCs within the licensing framework. We received feedback as a result of the stakeholder meetings of a green vehicle discount. We are taking this into consideration, and we will be bringing this up as part of a future review with bylaw when more data is available. Onto the category of TNC driver. We do not license the driver, but these are the regulations that the driver shall adhere to. So when applying for an affiliation with the TNC and annually thereafter, the applicant shall provide the proof of 18 years of age, Canadian citizenship, and immigrant status, valid work permit, a valid driver's license, a driver's abstract within 60 days, a criminal record check within 60 days, copy of the motor vehicle ownership, safety standard certificate within 60 days. They're able to communicate English to the extent necessary to perform his or her duties. We'll be mimicking the taxi and limousine requirement to read, be able to communicate to the extent necessary to perform his or her duties. We were to implement the issuance of a TNC ID card, and this was a proposed recommendation as a result of our stakeholder meetings. We are looking to remove the requirement. The proposed bylaw requires an app to have the ability for a passenger to identify the driver through the app. TNC drivers are to display the TNC identifier, so the sticker or logo of the company, and shall not refuse service to a person requiring a service animal. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions or feedback is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Post. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your presentation. Councillors, any questions you wish to ask? I've got Councillor Andrews and then Councillor Post. Go ahead, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, everyone. And Mr. Johnson, as always, thank you for the detailed report. Great to see the amount of information that you've provided. Have a couple of questions as for your information. And I know that, again, it has yet to be determined, but is there maybe a number where the green vehicle discount would come to mind? Has there been a kind of a standard discount that you've found through your investigation and research? That's my first question, and I'll have a second one as well.
Mr. Johnson.
Through your worship to Councillor Andrews, this would actually be in Orangeville first for giving a discount for these green vehicles. We've come up with preliminary figures, and it'd be roughly about $260 discount off the fee right now of $560. So they'd be looking at a $300 licensing fee for that type of vehicle.
Okay, well, especially with the price of gas as of the last 24, 48 hours, that may be the route that some of the taxi operators may consider. My second question, Mr. Johnson, is pertaining to the TNCs. And you had indicated $6,000 to $8,000 as an annual fee for those operating TNCs. Does that apply to all vehicles that are designated under the TNC? And so what I'm referencing here is if you have a TNC company that has a large volume of drivers, does that fee apply to all of them, or is it specific to one and then all the others that would be licensed?
Sure. So it would be a flat fee for the company. So any operator operating under that umbrella wouldn't necessarily have to pay that fee, but it's what, let's say, Uber or Lyft would pay to the town.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Councillor Post.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Johnston, my question is regarding the accessibility, and you're willing to come to the accessibility committee to find out some more about accessible vehicles. So my question for you is, when are you hoping to attend, and will that happen before we move forward with this bylaw? I just want to make sure that we're able to provide that input at perhaps our April meeting.
Through your worship to Councillor Post, absolutely, we'd be happy to attend as soon as when we can. Probably myself and colleague Officer Cunningham would be happy to attend that, just to gauge the feedback with respect to that, because we want to bring all stakeholders to the table and get some more data on that.
Perfect. We'd be absolutely happy to have you. I know that transportation amongst the accessibility community is an extremely important top of mind issue. So I thank you for bringing that forward, and I look forward to furthering that conversation.
Hey, Councillor Sherwood and then Councillor Peters.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Johnson. As a sitting member of the BIA board, this policy is a little concerning to most of the restaurant owners in the area, and I'm sure it's not just specific to downtown. Unfortunately, with the time of this meeting being 5:30, it's not ideal for the restaurant owners to participate in this public meeting, so I'm going to pass along one of the things that was discussed by a couple of the restaurant owners in the area, was that there's never seems to be enough cars on the road. They call for people to come to their facilities at the end of the evening, and they just can't get anybody to come. So in most cases, owners or staff members are driving people home. I think what we need to do is try and make this easier. And this is an obligation for council, that we need to consider some type of interim policy to possibly attract the drivers by maybe temporarily reducing the fees and making requirements a little simplified. The TNC fees are very high, and there's no proof that these companies can make any money. We got to make it low risk for them, and we have to offer some kind of phase-in fee based on usage, because we just don't have enough vehicles on the road. And this is heard several times, not just by our BIA restaurants and bars, just the general public itself. I myself tried to book an accessible van for a family member, and I just couldn't get one. So we have to try and make this easier, and we are obligated as council to try and do that. We've asked our members to try and submit some comments by March 18th, but I just want to express the general view in a previous meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Sherwood. Councillor Peters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you for the presentation and the update. Along with Councillor Andrews, I just wanted to strongly encourage the green vehicle discount across all sectors. I know we're still a small town, but those vehicles are widely available, and many cities have mandated them. So I wouldn't want to get too far behind that curve, and this is the timing, I think, to update that bylaw accordingly. And I would be happy to see a good discount for all qualified green vehicles.
Thank you, Councillor Peters. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Your Worship. Would you like me to read out the public number for people to call in for this meeting?
Yes, that would be a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter, to call 1-289-801-5774 and into conference ID number 620-652-213#. Callers will be invited to provide their questions or comments. Any member of the public connecting via telephone is reminded to press *6 to unmute and to mute. Anyone that wishes to be further notified for consideration of this topic, please submit their name, phone number, mailing address, and email address to Clerk's Department at orangeville.ca, or call 519-941-0440, extension 2226, and reference vehicle for hire. Note, any information collected is a matter of public record. I'll let you carry on, Your Worship.
Well, Deputy Mayor, I have to apologize. It was a public meeting. I was supposed to turn the reins over to you, sir. So my apologies.
I'm not offended in any way.
I did have a couple of comments. I know I've spoken to some of the taxi owners and drivers in the past, and it's a real conundrum that we're in here in Orangeville, because the number of calls, it's difficult for a taxi driver to make a living here. This is what I've been told. And so when we implement hurdles like a $6,000 or $8,000 fee, I know Mr. Johnson's done his homework with respect to other municipalities. But following up on Councillor Sherwood's questions and comments, Mr. Johnson, are Uber and Lyft and these other TNC companies, are they prepared to pay this type of fee?
To answer your question, Worship, we've had discussions with them, and they were open to either a flat rate or a per ride fee. Just due to the administrative framework with respect to obtaining a per ride fee, we felt it was best to go into a flat rate. That's the kind of feedback we've received so far.
Okay. And just to recap, there's no there's a brokerage fee for a taxi company as well, and if so, what is that brokerage fee?
It is $180
per vehicle.
That's for the brokerage itself. Each vehicle, provided it's not a green vehicle, would be $560.
Right.
Currently, right now, we have 15 vehicles licensed with the town and one accessible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure every one of our councillors has received phone calls and seen Facebook posts complaining about the level of service that we have. And as Councillor Sherwood mentioned, we need to remove the whatever barriers there are to allow this type of business to operate in a profitable way in our town. I know there's also some consideration on public transportation, on-call service that our public works and transit folks are working on right now. Dufferin County is also working on a similar type of program to take people from Orangeville out into the rest of Dufferin County, and all that can't happen soon enough as far as I'm concerned. And I know our local restaurateurs are particularly frustrated with the level of service that's been provided here. So yeah, I think we need to remove as many barriers as possible. But on one of the issues was that the age of the vehicle, and I noticed that there was some pushback on going down to 10 years. And my own personal opinion is we want the vehicles to be in good shape. We want the maintenance level to be high. I think when you get out to 12 years, you're starting to get some not so nice, quality of vehicle. And I would even, tighten up less than 10 if it were just me making the decision. But I think 10 years, I don't think we should be going past that. However, on the limousine side, limousines tend to not be used as much. Perhaps the 12 years could be reinstated on limousines. I think that might be something that staff and stakeholders might consider going forward. But anyway, that's That's all I've got to say. I know we've got to try and make this as easy for our taxi industry and our ride-sharing industry to operate in our town and correct the problem that we've got. That's for sure. Any other comments or questions, councillors, for Mr. Johnson? Ms. Porman-Cherry, do we have anybody on the line that wishes to ask questions or comment?
Through you, Worship, currently no one is on the line.
Okay. All right. So again, Mr. Johnson, you've reached out to these taxi companies and let them know, and they've given the feedback you've required to this point?
Yes, Your Worship, we've had separate meetings with each stakeholder. Each broker was notified, and we've reached out to the TNC players within Orangeville, and we received the feedback from them. But I think Councillor Sherwood mentioned earlier that we were receiving feedback up until March 18th, and we'll tally the comments and then report back.
Right. Okay. So again, when you say TNCs, it's just Uber that you've spoken with, or is there other TNCs you've spoken with?
Currently, Uber is the only operator within Orangeville. Lyft does not operate in Orangeville.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your presentation. Look forward to pushing this along and hopefully correcting the issue. It's certainly a concern for everybody. All right, let's move on. Again, Deputy Mayor, my apologies for running right through the stop sign there. I should have passed it over to you. But I guess at this point, there's nothing further on the public meeting side. Madam Clerk, are we going to break here and then come back at 7, or do you wish to carry on?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're going to be, we need to break until 7 o'clock and we'll resume at that point.
Very good. Okay. Councillor Peters, you have another comment, sir?
Thanks. I was just wondering if it made sense to go into close during the break rather than wait for after the meeting. I don't know if that's allowed.
Madam Deputy Clerk, I'll defer to you on that question.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, if it would be all right, I would propose that we leave it on the agenda where it is. It is just one matter, so it shouldn't take too long.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, I guess we'll sign off at this moment, and we'll be back at 7 o'clock, folks. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Town Council meeting for March the 7th reconstituted. Ms. Pormancherry, could we have the singing of our national anthem, please?
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to David Nairn, the Artistic Director of Theatre Orangeville. We would like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people, including the Ojibwe, Potawatomi, and Odawa of the Three Fires Confederacy. This meeting is being aired on public television and/or streamed live and may be taped for later public broadcast or webcast. Your name is part of the public record and will be included in the minutes of this meeting. Any member of the public connecting via telephone is reminded to press *6 to mute and unmute. Please remain muted until the chair requests comments or questions from the public. Could we have a motion to approve the minutes of the February 28th, 2022 council meeting, please? Councillor Post, second by Councillor Andrews. Any comments on that? All in favor? Thank you. Moving on to presentations, 10.1. We have Kate Burgess, Conservation Lands Planner with Credit Valley Conservation, is going to present the master plan for Island Lake Conservation. Welcome, Ms. Burgess, and over to you.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you so much for hearing our delegation this evening. Hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
And screen, you can see that okay?
Yes.
Great. So again, my name is Kate Burgess. I'm a conservation lands planner with CVC and the project manager for the Island Lake Conservation Area Management Plan. With me from CVC tonight is Eric Baldwin, the Manager of Land Planning and Management, Bill Lidster, Manager of Conservation Parks, and Terry LaRue, Senior Manager of our Parks, Manager of our Conservation Parks Division, and Executive Director of CVC's Foundation. So we last provided an update on this project to Council in March 2021, and since that time we've collaborated with a number of our community partners, including town staff, stakeholders, and the public to develop a really bold and exciting vision for the future of Island Lake Conservation Area. So we're here this evening to share that vision with you and hope that you share that excitement with us and look forward to hopefully your support and endorsement of the management plan. So an outline of my presentation is I'm going to walk through a little bit about Island Lake Conservation Area, but really focusing in on how we develop the management plan and summarizing sort of the core elements of the management plan, as well as how we're going to approach implementation. I just wanted to note that I did provide also an executive summary along with this presentation and a link to the full management plan. So I'm only going to be able to cover a little bit of a lot of things in this presentation, but wanted to share those things with you if you have more interest and time. So Island Lake Conservation Area. So Island Lake itself is a reservoir, and it was created by the construction of 2 dams in 1967. The outflows from the South Dam provide a significant portion of the flow in the upper reaches of the Credit River and support downstream water quality by providing consistent flows of water to Orangeville's water pollution control plant. Once the lake was established, the park opened in 1970. And the park is now home to over 600 species of plants and wildlife, including 13 species at risk and significant natural heritage features such as a provincially significant wetland, significant wildlife habitat, and significant woodlands. The Island Lake, like most of the parks in the GTA or near the GTA, has experienced remarkable increases in visitation over the last 8 years. And in 2021, we welcomed 347,000 visits. Nearly 3/4 of those visitors are arriving through our secondary access points, so our trail access points onto the Vicki Barron Lakeside Trail. Some popular activities at the park are fishing, hiking, canoe kayaking, and social gatherings. And some of our core community events include things like fishing derbies, our Maple Syrup Festival, which is beginning, I believe, next week. We have our Canada Day celebration, amphitheater events, our Learn To series like Learn to Fish, and some of our wellness series like Yoga in the Park. So as we look towards the future for Island Lake, we really wanted to identify those core values that we want to protect, as well as the pressures that the park is facing. We wanted to identify, what environmental pressures there are, like our fluctuating water levels, which has been, experiencing for a number of years, but particularly last year. We have invasive species like the emerald ash borer that are, devastated ash trees across our watershed in Ontario, but is also found at Island Lake, as well as climate change. We also have social pressures. We have crowding, we have demand for equipment rentals, we have queuing that happens as people are trying to arrive at our park through the main entrance gate, as you can see here, down here Ontario Street South. And operationally, a lot of our pressure is centered around our infrastructure, which was largely built in the 1970s. It is at or near the end of its asset life cycle. So it does not provide for the needs of the park today, and certainly not for the future. So how we approached developing this management plan is really organizing the work into 3 phases. So phase 1 is where we included a comprehensive analysis of the social, cultural, and ecological characteristics of the property, and we produced a background report. And this provides that foundation for the identification of opportunities, constraints, and recommendations. And then the second phase is where we're starting to develop and refine ideas through extensive engagement with the public, Indigenous partners, community stakeholders, and the Strategic Directions Report really documents that process, as well as all the input that we received across a broad spectrum of audiences. And the last and final phase is where we develop the actual management plan. And so this is our final vision for Island Lake Conservation Area and will be our guiding document for the next 25 years. So from within our organization at CBC, there is a number of strategies and plans that we've been considered, as well that have helped to shape sort of the future of Island Lake Conservation Area. But we've also considered where this plan can support our community partners and align with the strategies and plans of our municipalities, including the Town of Orangeville's Cycling and Trails Master Plan and the Recreation and Parks Master Plan. And engagement was a real focus for this project. We put in a great deal of effort to engage CBC staff, stakeholders, community partners, Indigenous communities, and the public. And given the COVID-19 pandemic, it was really important that we found every avenue possible to make sure that our community and our park neighbors in particular were really informed about the project, had access to accurate information, and knew how they could be engaged in this process. The town was represented on our stakeholder advisory committee by the manager of facilities and parks, Charles Cosgrove, and representatives from Dufferin Orangeville's Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee and Sustainable Orangeville. And then throughout the planning process, we received over 1,700 comments that really influenced the final vision for the park. And a majority of these comments that we received were very positive about the future vision. So the plan, I'm going to do my best to summarize the core elements of the plan. And one of those core elements is our guiding statements. So the first element is our vision statement for Island Lake Conservation Area. And this really connects CBC's strategic plan vision for our watershed to Island Lake at a more local scale. And at the heart of what we heard people value most about Island Lake is really the connection that they make from this place to their own physical, mental, and social health and well-being. And from our perspective, what makes Island Lake a unique place within our system of parks is its location. The outflow from the South Dam marks the headwaters of the Credit River, which is an incredibly unique and special place for us. The second element of our guiding statements is our plan objectives. So there's 5 objectives, and these connect Island Lake to the principles of CVC's Conservation Areas Master Strategy, where we have 4 principles: protect, connect, experience, and deliver. But for this plan, we added a 5th objective, and that's sustain. And that's really specific to the water resources, just given their importance of the reservoir's role in protecting downstream health of the Credit River. So under each objective are a series of directions and outcomes. So this is really the heart of the plan, is what do we want to see in the future and how are we going to get there? In total, there's 45 directions that are going to guide our actions over the next 25 years. And I've just selected a few of those directions just to highlight some of the solutions that were included for some of those key pressures that I mentioned. So for low lake levels, the plan has integrated recommendations from the Headwater Subwatershed Study, and that includes a study that's going to look at how we can meet our outflow requirements under the permit to take water, but also provide a more natural flow regime downstream and maintain sufficient water storage in the lake to prevent periods of low water that's really impacting the lake ecology and our water-based recreation. We also want to invest in new facilities and amenities for staff and visitors that will support our needs now and long into the future. Climate change demands that we build resilience, and we are integrating adaptation and mitigation actions across CVC programs, including our park operations. And we want to build sustainable climate resilient infrastructure and reduce our carbon footprint. So these are just a few of those examples. We understand that we're going to continue to get pressures from visitation. We will monitor that park visitation as we do now, but we want to employ visitor management strategies as they are needed and address some of the user conflicts when they emerge. So one example of this is initiating a Share the Trail campaign that's going to encourage, trail users of different trail users to share the trail and really use the trail responsibly. And lastly, for traffic and congestion, we know through the pandemic that there's pressure. People, they're coming into the park, and it's creating sort of, bottlenecks at access points. And we want to sort of alleviate those pressures by improving some of those access points and then formalizing our overflow parking in the park so we can better service the different needs and amenities within the park itself. So this is the example of the concept master plan that's found in the management plan. And really, this is just, it illustrates sort of our future state. So in here are the main visitor experiences and the main infrastructure investments that you could, demonstrates what we're looking for in the future throughout the 25-year time frame of the management plan. And this is described in detail in the management plan, but I'm going to walk through some of the key big moves that we're proposing in the plan so you can sort of visualize how that space might look and feel. So as we arrive at the park, we really want to create a really warm and inviting sense of arrival. You've arrived at Island Lake Conservation Area. So we'll do that through new signage and some automated gates, beautifying sort of that entrance into the park. But we really wanted to identify and address 2 key issues. Number 1, we wanted to expand the entrance road and increase capacity for vehicles to queue inside the park rather than down here Ontario Street. So that's number 1, is creating additional capacity for arriving at the park. And then 2 is moving the section of Vicky Barron Lakeside Trail that sort of traverses parallel to the entrance road, pushing that lakeside so that we can really alleviate some of the safety concerns of pedestrians and cyclists that are having to cross 5 lanes of traffic on the exit road. So as you move up to the gatehouse, we were proposing that we will replace that gatehouse with a bit of a larger gatehouse that can have more accommodation for staff that are situated in this facility, pretty much for the duration of the day, and permanent staff who make this their home day to day. With also looking at additional capacity and flexibility in 3, potentially like up to 3 different lanes. So you would have 2 visitor service lanes, as well as a 3rd bypass lane that would allow flexibility for staff arriving for their shift that can bypass the queuing that's occurring here. We could also have flexibility to make a dedicated lane for things like special events or activities in the park. And we've included here a dedicated pedestrian and cycling lane as well. So now that you've arrived in the park and you're moving northward past that gatehouse, visitors are going to be welcomed by the Credit Valley Trail's Northern Trailhead, as well as the Crane Gathering Space, which is the first of 7 key sites for Indigenous placemaking along the Credit Valley Trail. The main gathering structure, sort of that wooden structure with the tripods, is really intended to host, Indigenous ceremony and teachings of up to potentially 50 people, but it will also be a place for everybody. So between the main gathering space and some of these secondary gathering nodes, you could have anything from Indigenous grandfather youth elder sort of teachings or camp, or but also day to day, you could have visitors sit down for a picnic with their family. And then as you move closer to what is now the rental center, that main waterfront area in the park, the existing waterfront parking lot is proposed to be relocated. The current location will be reimagined for passive green space. This could be a place for families to have a picnic or lay a blanket. You could watch the sunset, skip rocks with your little ones. Essentially, we wanted to repurpose the main, prime location on Island Lake's waterfront for people as opposed to parking, which will also instantly improve water quality because parking next to the lake is not what's best for the lake either. And anchoring the water side will be a new visitor center. And this is really just about amalgamating 3 existing facilities into one larger facility. So here, the visitor center will function much like the rental center does now, but with more accommodation for equipment rentals, bait and tackle snacks, visitor washrooms, that kind of thing. As well as restoring this section of the waterfront. This stretch of shoreline, you're going to have public use, but you also have that opportunity to really put back a really great restored shoreline, incorporating things like microhabitats and improving species diversity. So that's sort of the 3 major changes that we're proposing for the waterfront. And then as we move eastward, improvements to the amphitheater, we're looking at things like a bit of formal seating. So when we're hosting events at the amphitheater, we have, a great use of space as well as some accessible seating incorporated. And then we have an education center that we're proposing to replace in this location. So it's slightly northward of its current location, but it's really going to allow us to bring all that park programming into one zone and allow for some amenities in the education center that can also service the amphitheater. So moving southward, we have our pavilion and picnic area. We recently installed 2 open air pavilions shown here in the background, and we want to replace that existing enclosed pavilion with a new enclosed pavilion that's sort of in that same beautiful wood and stone aesthetic, as well as add a 3rd open air pavilion in the radio-free area of the park as well. And then some other enhancements here would be accessible pathways that'll connect the parking lot to the pavilions, to the natural playground, as well as the washroom facility. And then not shown here, which would be directly west, would be our staff facility. So our currently staff are in office trailers, and we'll be proposing to put in a new staff operations facility. So that'll bring all those functions together and allow a privacy of work for staff, as well as we can then restore areas of the park that are currently being used for equipment and material storage. So other elements of the plan we have for the trail system at Island Lake. It's one of the most beloved and known assets here. So some of the key projects I've touched on is the Credit Valley Trail's Northern Trailhead and section, as well as some improvements to the Vicki Barron Lakeside Trail. And then another big project here would be in sort of the center of the map, connection that connects the north and south shore in the middle of the lake, sort of creating 2 smaller loops rather than just having that one large 8-kilometer loop. And then another key element of the plan, of course, is the restoration and natural resource management strategy. And so our vision statement and objectives for Island Lake illustrate that we want Island Lake to be a resilient and thriving environment. And this plan is a number of restoration strategies that include things like invasive species management, plantation management and conversion to natural forest, tree planting, shoreline enhancements, as I mentioned, as well as installation of habitat structures that are really just wanting to improve on what is already a really high functioning ecological area. So our implementation strategy, I'm just going to touch on this briefly because I'm going to elaborate in the next slide, but we're proposing to do the major capital investments essentially over a period of 15 years into 3 phases. So phase 1, years 1 to 5, is really where we're laying the foundation for facility development that's going to come in phases 2 and 3. So here we're undertaking a lot of the studies for servicing, connectivity. We're doing preliminary design for some of the phase 2 development. And here the investment focus is really on trails and trail experiences. And then phases 2 and 3 is where you're really going to start to see the bigger moves and the transformations take place. So in terms of our short-term priorities, the years 1 to 5, as I mentioned, we want to establish that Credit Valley Trails Northern Trailhead and the Credit Valley Trails. So really connecting Island Lake Conservation Area with Dragonfly Park southward and beyond that to Upper Credit Conservation Area. We want to complete that first Indigenous key site along the Credit Valley Trail, the Crane Gathering Space. We want to improve accessibility for the Vicky Bear and Lakeside Trail. So we have a number of projects that are that serve to do that. We want to complete that discharge optimization study and coordinate other studies as needed to support the permit to take water renewal that's coming up in 2026. And then we have site investigations, as I mentioned, that's preparing us for phase 2. So long term, that's where you start to see the transformation. So upgrading, excuse me, upgrading our park entrances, roads, parking, constructing our amenities, whether that's the gatehouse, our operations center, enhancing our day use amenities like our pavilions and amphitheater, and that waterfront revitalization, as I mentioned. Sorry. And the big question is cost. The plan's estimated to cost approximately $40 million, $29 million, but we really wanted to include a healthy contingency because this level of design is conceptual. We didn't do any sort of feasibility studies or due diligence studies yet. So that, and we also know that a lot of our capital projects are the inflation with them wanted to have some cushion in there as well. So where are we and where are we going? The plan was approved by our board of directors in December, and we're here this evening presenting to council seeking your endorsement, and we have started already to implement the plan. So phase 1 is started and it's estimated to complete in 2026. And I will invite Eric, Bill, and Terry if you are available. We're happy to take questions or any comments that you might have for us.
Great. Thank you very much. And we'll start with Councillor Andrews.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, Ms. Burgess and the rest of the CVC team. The report itself, a lot of detail. What I was really intrigued about is not only, of course, your forward thinking, but also the history of Island Lake and, of course, activities within the CVC portfolio. I was really taken back by the history piece. I'm kind of a history junkie, and I really, really liked going through all that information. A couple of questions, one of which is I sit as co-chair with Councillor Post on the town's EDI committee, which is the Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Committee. And we have a connection to our Indigenous community, as well as an organization, which is the DCCRC. I was very pleased to see the commitment to what I would call an Indigenous recognition and a footprint there. I really was impressed by the renderings that you have. I'm just hoping that you do remain in touch with the organization for some guidance. They do have 2 wonderful and educated elders that can provide further assistance where needed. And the other is kind of thinking out of the box as a longtime user of the facilities at Island Lake. One thing that has always come up in conversations with people who've been visiting the Island Lake location, and again, you know, the current facility provides some snacks and things like that, but this is more of an out of the box kind of thought. Was there any consideration for an entrepreneur or even the idea of a restaurant on site as you move forward with your ambitious plans there? Because I know that many people who utilize the facility will bring their own food. They end up, of course, you know, having, you know, packed lunches and so on and so forth. But there has always been, I think, a bit of an absence of having that kind of piece. Was there any consideration for that?
Through you, Your Worship, I can say that, yeah, there's ideas of different things that we can do to expand the offerings in the future visitor center. So all I can say is that that facility is quite a few years off. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. And but those ideas are still there. And so that's still another opportunity for us to, again, go back and work with our community as we go and start to vision that building in more detail. So I know that, Bill and his staff at the park, they work very, very much trying to find local vendors and local different people locally that they can bring into the park to provide different opportunities, whether it's, coffee and all that kind of stuff. And so we've definitely made, I think, a direction in the plan to reach out to community to bring those type of things into the visitor center, whether it's artisans, food, coffee, beverages. But that I would say that the details haven't been fleshed out as of yet.
Certainly understand that. Thank you so much again for your answers to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Post, and then Peters and Sherwood. Councillor Post.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Councillor Andrews took my first commentary, which was about the Indigenous representation. So thank you very much for including that. That's a very powerful piece. My second piece is, as chair of the Accessibility Committee, I just wanted to commend you for the work that you did with our committee. I know that they love the opportunity to have their voice heard, and I'm really glad to see that those pieces that they've contributed kind of made the priority list, which is fantastic. I'm really pleased with the plan overall. I think that this will greatly enhance this for our community. The one question that I do have for you is, over a 15-year time frame, that's a long period of time to implement this plan. Will there be any opportunities, if there are grants available or any other financial opportunities that come up? Is there any thoughts of things that would be prioritized earlier if those opportunities do surface? I'd love to see some of the other improvements happen sooner than 15 years from now. So.
Through Your Worship, absolutely. Nobody wants to see some of the bigger transformations have to wait that long, certainly. And I think part of the response is that part of my work is going to be working with the foundation, our foundation this year, to develop a fundraising strategy. And so that'll articulate, some projects that are suited for community fundraising, and working with the Friends of Island Lake and what they're interested in and what some of our community partners are interested in fundraising for, which could accelerate some of the projects, certainly. We also take the opportunity at every 5-year increments to review the plan, update as needed. But I suspect that some of the bigger moves are going to need some significant capital dollars. And we've been pretty successful of late of acquiring some significant sizable grants for some of the bigger infrastructure pieces at our other parks. So I wouldn't say it's not written in stone. This is just sort of our best guess at an implementation strategy over that 15-year horizon. But that's something that we will continually revisit, and I'll be looking at more closely through the fundraising strategy. So hopefully we can get them done sooner rather than later.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Peters.
I believe Councillor Sherwood's ahead of me.
Right, Councillor Sherwood.
Thank you, Councillor Peters. Through you to Ms. Burgess or any other member of the CBC, I'm ecstatic to see this presentation and the vision of what we're going to be bringing forward to beautify that beautiful island lake. I am really concerned, however, that in part of your long-term priorities from 5 to 15 years, to upgrade that gatehouse and park entrances. This has been a continual problem. You showed the visual of the cars lying down on South Huron, Ontario, and it sure would be nice. I mean, yes, we're really trying to encourage the people to get out of their cars and, use cycles and feet, but some people are traveling from out of town. So it would have been nice to have seen that park entrance and the new gatehouse, and getting those flow of those people in there sooner. It would have been nice to have seen them in the phase 1. Kind of disappointing to think that could possibly not be addressed for 5 to 15 years. Just a comment, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Sherwood. Councillor Peters.
Thanks. Through you, my comments are much like my colleagues here. I've had the pleasure of seeing this report twice now. There's a lot of conversation at the board level about the funding and the timelines. And, you know, I think right now the plan is realistic in its timelines. And of course, if they could be accelerated, you know, I have full confidence the CVC will do that. So, you know, given the strength of this plan and how much value CVC has brought to the town, I'd like to move to both receive and endorse the plan.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Peters. Is there somebody that wants to second that before we vote on that? And again, I can't see everybody, so if somebody could verbalize a second there.
Councillor Post.
Councillor Post, okay. I want to make a comment here. I don't want to be a stick in the mud, but the word conservation is derived from the word conserve, which means to protect from harm. I look at this plan, and it's aggressive, and it's pointed towards bringing more and more and more people into the park. And you know, what we've seen over the past couple of years in the pandemic was almost an overrunning of some of our local recreational areas. And I don't know, I'm a little concerned over how aggressive this plan is myself. And I like Island Lake. I love it. I think it's great the way it is. But and I know there needs to be some improvements over time. Obviously, buildings need to be replaced and what have you. But I'm concerned. I'm concerned that it's going to attract more people, and instead of being a conservation area, it becomes you know, something that's going to be used by people and abused by people. And that's my statement for today. So with that, I'm afraid I'm not going to be in favor of endorsing this at this point. I think it's too aggressive a plan for myself. Councillor Taylor, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Burgess. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you. I think you may have won the award for the longest presentation of this council term. That was a lot of reading, but it was really well done. And I am with Councillor Andrews. If the public doesn't know the story of Island Lake and the Island family, it's fascinating. I always thought it was an island, but clearly not. It's a family, and it's a great piece of story. I may have missed it. I'm hoping you can just explain to me the financial piece again. I get the ask, but whom are you asking it for? You're actually just asking us to endorse it, is the way I believe you're going about it, and it'll be other levels. But I may have just misunderstood that portion. And then if I could, on the other piece, we've spent a lot of time there personally, and I've always found it antiquated. You know, it needs money, candidly. So it would be great if we could make this come to fruition. I'd love to see something like this modernized, especially the gatehouse. As someone who's stood there for hours, you know, trying to administer the maple syrup festival and the lineup that goes down the street, it's really a problem. So it would be great to have this to go through. I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding what you're asking.
Sure, through Your Worship. So for the endorsement, what we're asking for is really for your support for the vision that we've just shared with you. It's really simple as that, because we've worked really hard and collaboratively with not just town staff and CVC staff, but we worked so tirelessly to involve different cross sections of our community, and we did, you know, a robust amount of public consultation, and so we just want to be able to move forward and know that our partners are supporting us in terms of the vision, and not necessarily financially obviously that's not what this is about. But I also just wanted to address about the gatehouse. I know it says it's in that second phase, which is the 5 to 10 year time frame. But in the interim, that doesn't mean that we can't look at some solutions to bring in more capacity along the entrance road. But we're also preparing for that gatehouse redevelopment. So that could come in year 5. We're just doing all of the studies and the design work now. And that's pretty much priority number 1, is to get that main entrance experience to address those queuing problems. So I just wanted to mention that as well. And then in terms of bringing more people into the park, we're already at capacity. We have no desire to bring more people in. We just want to create and make what's already great about Island Lake, just refresh it. We want to, all of our assets are 50 years old plus, and we really need to invest in new ones to serve us for the next 50 years, as well as what people love to do there. They want to go for picnics. They want to go fishing. They want to come and experience, fireworks on Canada Day. And so we're just trying to provide a better level of service and better amenities for people that are coming.
Thank you. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Mrs. Burgess. Thank you for commenting about my comment about the gatehouse, but I'm going to bring it up again, just because I am concerned about the traffic that sits along there trying to get in. Is there any way in an interim, and I think you just touched on this lightly, is there any way in an interim of making it like right at the gatehouse, a 2 entry point where you can have 2 staffers taking in entry fees to help flow that along? I hate to point this to the same direction, but like as a Tim Hortons, when they have the double lanes to go to, it just would kind of get those vehicles flowing quicker. And I just wonder, can that be something that can be done, like an interim temporary type of setup?
Through Your Worship, that's exactly, I think, what we're looking at is we can't do anything significant that's going to trigger a site plan approval application with the town just yet. But I think, and maybe Bill, I can ask you to elaborate, is that we are looking at expanding just, sort of informally a 2-lane at the gatehouse to allow just for that purpose. I don't know, Bill, if you wanted to elaborate on that.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. Through your worship to Councillor Sherwood. If you've been to the park in 2021, you'll notice that we added a smaller gatehouse just south of the big gatehouse, and we've positioned it so that we can accommodate 2 people at a time. So 1 in the front and 1 behind. So what we're looking at doing in this year or in the fall time is that we are going to see if we can pave a little bit extra of the road on the east side and have that as actually another lane that people can go around and get through there a little bit faster. And also, you probably noticed too, is that we are doing some of our events such as the Maple Syrup Festival as reservation only. So we're reserving X number of spots for people to come in. And we did it through the pandemic, and it's been very successful. So we're going to continue with that. And again, we've been working with our neighbors up here on Terrell Street, and we're coming up with solutions, and it's been working so far so good. Touch wood.
All right. Any further questions or comments, councillors? No, we had a motion on the floor of an endorsement from Councillor Peters, seconded by Councillor Post. All in favor? And I'll be, I guess, the only opposing member on that one. So thank you very much, Ms. Burgess, for your presentation. Extremely comprehensive, well done. And thank you again. I'm sure we'll see you in the coming months again in front of us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Your Worship.
All right, moving on to 10.2. We have Mr. Christopher Morton wishes to speak about burn permits. Mr. Morton, are you with us?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. Go right ahead, sir.
I'll just share my screen here.
Okay.
If it'll open. Can everybody see that?
Yes. Here we can.
Thank you, Your Worship, for having me here tonight. I'm here to talk about burn permits. The burn permits are followed by bylaw 110-2016, requiring that you hold a burn permit and are subject to the rules and regulations. In this bylaw, you must burn clean wood and obey by the chief fire official and his or her office, and hold the right to be ordered to extinguish the fire for not following and causing adverse effects. Somebody of the age of 18 must be present during the fire, and a permit may not be granted if it's within 75 meters or 250 feet from a property line of a sensory receptor located in Schedule B, or 45 meters or 150 feet from a voluntary sensory receptor. This also includes a provision for distances from combustible materials and property lines. So the person that holds the burn permit is responsible for the open air burn, responsible for ensuring that all regulations are followed, and if it cannot be maintained in a proper manner, that the fire is extinguished to mitigate any risk to the public. A sensory receptor is a group or individual who considers their place a sensory receptor and must file a registry form. This includes healthcare facilities, senior citizens' residence, long-term care, and other places where smoke may cause great risk. Adverse effects can include property damage or damage to plant life or animals, harm or material discomfort to any person, an adverse effect or health of any person, impair the safety of any person or property line, plant or animal life, loss of enjoyment of normal use of property, interfere with normal conducting of business, or excess smoke, odors, airborne particles, and embers. The reality of the bylaw is a sensory receptor can register without proof without proof of the sensory receptor, causing the enjoyment of the person that would like to hold a burn permit from enjoying their property. Some examples of how this can become concerning is sensory receptors that are smoking in the front of their house while limiting somebody from having a fire. Disputes with neighbors that this can be used as a tool or a weapon to punish a neighbor that they're having a dispute with. A fire that is maintained following the rules and regulations produce little to no toxic effects from the smoke or odors. Burn permits are a small window of the day, and for large buildings, HVAC systems can filter out fires and nuisance toxins from a properly maintained fire. Within the 10-meter requirement for all the property lines, this means that at no time would anybody be approved to have a fire located in their front yard. The law states that 75 meters or 250 feet from a sensory receptor. In actuality, the interpretation is 75 meters or 246 feet. The same with 45 meters or 150 feet. The actual reflection is 45 meters or 147.6 feet, while the 3 meters or 9 foot 10 inches is accurately reflected. The compliance and responsibility: no fire shall be lit when there is smog, high winds, or when there is fog or rain. Ensure that only clean, dry wood with a maximum moisture content of 20% is burnt to prevent smoke and effects to neighbors. Ensure compliance with all other orders and fire restrictions. Ensure an approved burn permit is obtained. The reality of the law states that the map on the left is taken from my application for a burn permit that I've held since 2019 up until this year, where I've been restricted. As you can see by the town burn permit application, the properties for 57 and 58 Burbank, as well as 86 Karen Court, are all entitled to hold a burn permit, while 56 Burbank and other properties are not allowed to hold a burn permit. The map on the right is taken with a 45-meter radius around with the edges of the 45-meter radius placed on the property lines of those who are allowed to have burn permits and those who are not. The 45 meters or 150 50 feet from property, limiting taxpayer and owners' enjoyment of their property, is restricting on the law, restricting on law-abiding and responsible property owners and renters from the results of a few who do not follow the rules. As you can see from this example, this is my personal property. This property here is allowed to have a fire permit as well as this property, meaning that this is the cutoff line and this is the cutoff line for where the 45-meter radius touches the properties that are allowed to. My fire pit is located in my backyard outside of the 45-meter radius. The conclusion. The law should be interpreted as it is written. For example, 45 meters from the property line of the sensory receptor. Corrections in the distance in feet to reflect the accurate translation from meters to feet. Require proof of restriction to homeowners and renters, proof to restrict homeowners and renters' rights as a homeowner and a tax paying member of the town. Enforce the law on those who do not follow the rules and not those who do. The law and how it's written. Only clean, dry wood, and the fire must be at least 45 meters or 150 feet from the property line of the group or individual who holds the voluntary registration of sensory receptor. While applying for the permit, it was explained to me that it was 45 meters from property line to property line. Well, that is not how it is written in the bylaw. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Post. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Morton. There has been some concerns about this bylaw, I think, from its inception, and I'm going to let Deputy Mayor weigh in. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you know, I used to be the one in charge of this bylaw many years ago. Part of the problem we had, we used to say the old bylaw used to read, if it bothers your neighbor, you couldn't have a permit. Simple as that. And then a gentleman come along one day and said, I don't like burning, so every time I see smoke coming out of a backyard, I'm going to phone and complain. So again, we had to change the bylaw. Now it's gone back to a kind of a semi both ways. If I could add, if the fire chief is online, I'd like to ask him a question.
Welcome, Chief. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. I see on your on an upcoming report, we've had 74 complaints in the last 2 years. A couple of questions on those complaints. Are they repeat complaints, some of them? Like, are we going back 2 or 3 times? And also, these complaints, what percentage roughly would you say had a legal permit or didn't have a legal permit? I know I found that a lot of burn complaints we went to were by people that didn't have a permit, so they weren't going by the rules. So they were burning wet wood, making lots of smoke. We very rarely got a complaint from somebody that had a permit and was doing it the right way. So just wondered on your thoughts, Mr. Morton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. Yes, we do respond to a number of complaints throughout the year. And on the document that's going to be showing up shortly, it showed a number of complaints that were received. And I'll just say with that, during the pandemic, we had quite an increase in the number of permits issued. Not quite doubled, but I think the number of complaints that we received kind of corresponds with that level of increase in permits. great majority of the citizens of Orangeville are law-abiding citizens and want to do the right thing. And yes, there is a high percentage of first-time homeowners or new people moving into the area that are just not aware of the burning bylaw. Every municipality has a different version of their permits, and so it's just maybe a little bit of confusion. And we meet very little resistance from those residents when we show up. We don't show up lights and siren and guns a-blazing or anything like that. We show up and we attempt to do education. We push it through education and letting them know the rules that are in Orangeville and what they need to do to be abiding by the bylaw. In regards to Deputy Mayor McIntosh's question, a lot of those complaints can be handled first visit. And you will usually see within a day or so the applicant coming into our station and requesting a permit. And I did do some research prior to this, and in 2020, there was only 2 locations in Orangeville that we reattended multiple times. And one of those was a fair bit of tenant-neighbor disputes. One that did involve an outdoor fire, and then some that just involved smoking materials, I'll say, that bothered the residents and neighbors. The other visit that we made a second time, and this person actually called me up following that, apologizing. He was burning a few documents from left over from his father's estate, and we're just, gradually feeding them. He didn't feel that it was causing a bother until the complaint was come in, and he was quite upset that he had bothered somebody over that, and that never happened again. In 2021, we did pay a visit to one location on 4 occasions. And I would say that this resident had received some poor advice from an out-of-town firefighter. Again, maybe bringing in their versions of burn permits, and the person was misinformed. And there was also some form of language barrier there as well, and we worked towards that. And the last time that the individual spoke to, I actually attended, and terrific people, and they fully understood following my attendance, and we never went back there again. And so that's the only reoccurring ones. Most of the time they're dealt immediately. So I hope that I've answered your question so far. If there is anything more, I'm open.
No, I thank you for that. I understand the sensitive receptor idea of this bylaw. Maybe it could be tightened up somehow. I don't know, but I fully agree with it. And as far as personal medical information, I don't know how easy or even if it's legal to get, especially with what's been going on. Yeah, I don't have an answer, but maybe relook at the bylaw, but see what the rest of council thinks. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Post.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Chief Morden, a question for you. When it comes to the particular situation of Mr. Morton here today, do you have recommendations on how we can improve perhaps the wording in the bylaw to avoid situations like this. Looking at Mr. Morton's photos, where his fire would be located is outside of that realm. And while it's still parts of his property fall within that 250 or 150 meters, a big portion of them don't. And where his fire is located doesn't. So I can understand his frustration and why he's here today. So what would you recommend going forward for, as Mr. Morton said, he can't have his fire in his front yard anyways. So where it is located is outside of that diameter. So what would be your thoughts?
Through your worship to Councillor Post, thank you for the question. If I could just make a slight correction at the start, and the picture depicted in the presentation of the yellow hatch marks of a resident, that is not properly depicted of the sensitive receptor that applied. So that's not an accurate picture of who actually did it and where it actually falls on his property. So I just like to throw that in, that we do not reveal any sensitive receptor identifications or locations. So that was not provided. Also, Mr. Morton has received a permit in the past, that is correct. And in 2021, we were actually notified by a couple of sensitive receptors in that area that they were moving. And so a sensitive receptor must reapply on an annual basis to make sure that, somebody hasn't passed away or they've moved away or what have you. So that an individual like Mr. Morton would be eligible to reapply in the future. And unfortunately, after having a permit last year, a new sensitive receptor has stepped forward, which encroaches onto his property. As Deputy Mayor McIntosh had mentioned, there's a lot of gray areas when it comes to people complaining, and we found it very difficult in the initial couple of years with this bylaw. It was quite time consuming for my crews going out with a large truck and inspecting and actually trying to walk distances and the measure wheels and things like that was very difficult in crossing roads and going over curbs and things like that. I am happy to say that with the advancements of technology and COVID, that we have brought into place an online application process. And that has been very successful. It's expanding all the time. We're working with it all the time. And one of the things that we are working with our GIS people and IT is putting a pinpoint or measuring tool into that, so that we are able to identify applicants that maybe were not permitted in the past. So this is something that they're working on. I don't think it's going to be very long putting this into place, and so I would ask that Mr. Morton maybe allow us a week, maybe upwards of a month to have this addressed, and hopefully we will be able to put this together and come to a solution for him. I as well love my outdoor fires, and when this bylaw came into place, I was not eligible any longer, and it took away from my grandkids coming over and things like that, but it did affect me too. So I would say that we look at our bylaw again in the very near future and address some of these concerns. It has worked very well, but there always is room for improvement, and the sensitive receptor boundary areas most definitely should be looked at. Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate that feedback. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I guess more of a comment than anything. We've talked about this previously. I do think that the past council did their best job they could on this bill. It's a very difficult item for sure. To reopen it at this stage and to talk about it in that way, like, you know, you hate to admit it, but we're running out of time. I would suggest that this council was not going to be able to get something like this done. It was so contentious last time, took so much time. I just doubt that we'll get anywhere with this at this point. But I would be of the mindset too that it feels like someone's infringing upon me, you know, as we go through this bill. And I certainly don't want to infringe on others, but it feels like Big Brother's telling me what I can or cannot do on my own property. And I've never enjoyed the bill, but at the same time, if my neighbor was complaining, I would never leave them in that situation. So I don't have a solution other than to say I caution my fellow councillors about bringing this one forward. Like, I just don't know that we're going to be productive as a unit over the next 6 months. Working on something like this, it might be best, you hate to say it, but it might be best to leave it and tell everyone, hey, it's something that needs to be addressed. But I'm not sure we're going to be able to complete this one.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor, for your thoughts. Certainly, I think I oppose what you've just said. I think we've got 6 months of good work ahead of us, and I don't think we need to stop working at this point.
We certainly do, sir. I'm just suggesting it was a big undertaking last time.
Well, it was a mistake what was done last time, and I'm 100% behind what Mr. Morton has said here. I think the individual sensitive receptor portion of that bylaw was a mistake. I think it's ludicrous that we can sit on the back porch of our townhouse and smoke tobacco or cannabis and blow it 10 feet into the neighbor's yard, and there's no, and we're allowed to do that. And here Mr. Morton wants to have a dry fire in his backyard with his kids, and this is a problem. This is it's almost a Charter of Rights and Freedom issue. I think it's ridiculous, and I'd be happy to see it come before council before the next council session ends. Mr. Morton, I want to thank you for bringing this forward again. We're going to have another discussion during the staff report portion of our meeting, but thank you for your presentation tonight. Any other questions of Mr. Morton, council? No. Great. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Morton. All the best.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Next item is 10.3. We are welcoming Mr. Bill Ray, the chair of the Orangeville Library Board, and Darla Fraser, CEO of the Orangeville Library Board, or Orangeville Library, I should say. Welcome. You've got a very interesting presentation on the future of libraries in Orangeville. So, Mr. Ray and Ms. Fraser, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, Mayor Brown, and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening, and we look forward to sharing with you some of the research that was done recently on behalf of the library and how it might shape the future of things to come. So you may recall back in 2020, the Recreation and Parks Master Plan prompted an interesting discussion about the future of the Mill Street building. And at that time, the board had not articulated any kind of a strategic vision for the library. So as a result of the discussion around Mill Street, the board passed a resolution recognizing the importance of the Mill Street location for the downtown core. And we also recognize that the future opportunities for growth of the library are probably at the Alder Street Recreation Center. However, we also recognize that in order to better understand the needs for the growth of library services in Orangeville, that we needed some community engagement in order to get input from patrons and residents. So thanks to council, money was set aside in our 2021 budget to engage the services of the consultants that are listed here on the screen, who did the engagement for us and conducted the research and came forward with some recommendations and some branding ideas to be considered. So on the next slide, this is the motion that was considered back in 2020. And really, before I turn it over to Darla, who's going to do the real fun stuff in this presentation, we recognize that the library board has a unique relationship with council in the sense that council appoints the board And then the board operates independently from council in the governance of the library. So while the board is developing visions for the future of the library, we fully understand that in the post-COVID environment, there's going to be some economic uncertainty, and anything that we recommend for the future growth of the library is going to have to be managed in a very fiscally responsible manner. So with that, I'll turn it over to Darla, who will get into the real guts of the research.
Thank you, Bill, and good evening, Your Worship, members of council. The purpose of the project was twofold: community engagement and brand identity. The board wanted to understand what library services were important to the community and what was missing, and where did folks want to access those services. Using the information gathered, we wanted to create a new identity with a logo and tagline. We specified that the work commissioned was to build on existing town plans. Most recently in community services, the recreation, I think the slide is wrong. I believe it's the Recreation and Parks Master Plan and the Tourism Strategy and Action Plan. So let's talk about what we learned. First of all, we asked and the community stepped up to voice their opinion about our future. We like to believe that the more than 1,500 responses is indicative of the value the community places on library services. No surprise that library staff were totally engaged. Stakeholder interviews included board members, members of council, including the mayor, thank you, Your Worship, and senior staff, including both the CAO and the General Manager of Community Services. I take a moment here to thank everyone who took the time to share with us. Spoiler alert, the community, for the most part, is very happy with the services provided by the library, and the biggest takeaway was more. Based on the feedback gathered, the consultant's recommendation was for more space, more programs, more partnerships, more. We'll do a quick review of the consultant's recommendations based on the information they gathered. And there were 4 main areas requested, and they astutely added human resources. So the full report is, of course, available for your reading pleasure, but we will quickly review the 14 recommendations in the 5 areas. The first 6 recommendations focus on facilities. Retain the Mill Street Library, develop a plan to improve it. Additional space will be required over the next 10 years. They thought expansion should occur at the Alder Street Recreation Center. And these top recommendations were supported by all 3 sources. Finally, they recommend we explore alternative delivery service options, such as book lockers and even neighborhood programming. Collections, programs, and services. Again, more is the message. The public is asking for a greater variety of the non-traditional items. Currently, we offer items such as radon detectors, energy meters, CBC park passes, and of course our smart spots, which is the internet on the go. But the community would like more. The recommendations read, additional programs and services should be considered. Additional community partnerships should be explored. Recommendation number 9 speaks to our greatest asset, human resources. Our generalist service delivery model has served us well throughout the pandemic. It proved to be both resilient and flexible. However, it may not suit us moving forward. Although the board is very supportive of professional development, new and expanded services will require additional expertise. Now, the board wanted to reframe the library in the mind of the public as a compelling and interesting resource. The consultants worked with the information gathered through the community engagement and has recommended the following logo and tagline. Need a bit of a drum roll here. And ta-da! The new logo incorporates an O shape representing Orangeville, as well as a book icon. The book is intentionally open in the open position, conveying engagement and participation. The book can also be interpreted as a bird taken in flight, which represents a second layer of meaning, reaching new heights, soaring, all positive connotations that tie into learning and educational enrichment. Books are an important part of what libraries do, can do, and offer, but books are just the beginning. The consultants have offered up a positioning statement as well as a statement of purpose for the board to consider. The final few recommendations focus on strategy, pulling all the pieces together, preparing a plan. OPL has never had a traditional long-term strategic plan. That is not to say we have not been strategic in our planning, but based on the past 2 years, any future plan certainly needs to be adaptive and directive. The report provides a great starting point for the creation of such a plan. The plan will map an implementation strategy in all 5 areas for the next 10 years. And on that note, I turn it back to you, Bill.
So where do we go from here? The board has received the report, and it's part of your package that's part of your agenda package this evening. And the board has struck a steering committee that will now look at developing its own strategic plan based on the results of the research so that we can look at the long-term vision for the library. So in doing so, I just wanted to say in close that we fully understand in the post-pandemic world that we need to do so in a fiscally responsible way. But we also want to point out that we think the library has an important role in helping residents and the businesses of our community recover as we get through the pandemic. So with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McIntosh.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Thank you for that. I didn't see a lot mentioned on the online part of the library. I know I frequently use the online, and there's very few books you can actually get anymore because it's so busy. Is there any thoughts of expanding that area instead of the actual book part?
Through your
Yep. Go ahead, Donna. Yep.
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor McIntosh. Yes, in fact, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to try the new resource, Hoopla, which offers not only books and magazines, but also some streaming services. We did have a collection of French e-resources as well. But yes, Overdrive is quite busy, and we have plans to beef up the Orangeville specific collection, I guess is the best way to explain it. So ones that we don't have to share with the entire group.
Okay, thank you. I tried to join that new one and they want a PIN number, which I don't have. So I will be calling you to get some further information on what a PIN number is. Thank you.
Yes, we can help you with that, sir.
I know you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Mr. Ray, and of course, our wonderful library official, Ms. Fraser. A great report, and I have a few questions based on the information. I was so pleased to hear and see what you have planned for one of our town's greatest assets. It is really an important part of our community, and I see that we have a great future. There are a couple of things that were in the presentation. Number one, I really like the new logo, and it's just my personal opinion. I like the tagline that you've come up with, but on the more operational side, the Deputy Mayor did mention both the reference to online services, and great to see some of that being, of course, improved, as you know, many of us through the pandemic have had to, of course, rely on different ways to navigate through the library itself, and of course, other options that are available to many of us. When we take a look at the potential expansion at Alder, I know that there was some space that became available, and that was through, of course, the closing of the Humber Orangeville campus there. Your plans are a little more ambitious than just utilizing some of that space that is there, but I would like to hear a little bit more about maybe your thoughts, maybe on a short-term basis. And on that note, has there been some consideration on that space itself to be possibly used for the makerspace? I firmly believe that that is a wonderful option, but I'll look forward to hearing that part. And then I have one more question, Your Worship.
Do you want me to take that, Bill? Through Your Worship to Councillor Andrews. Of course, facilities, and I see Mr. Osmond has joined us, is we are at the table negotiating for some of that space. And I would turn it over to Mr. Osmond if you'd like to comment on where that space is being divvied up.
Thank you very much, Darla, and through Your Worship, and to Councillor Andrews. So first of all, let me say to the board and to Darla, I know in tracking this and working with her over the last number of months, kudos, wonderful job on this whole process. It is quite a comprehensive undertaking, and a lot of great things are coming out of this, including the online information, so on and so forth. But if council will recall, we did look at the expansion of the library in our grant process a couple of years back that wasn't successful in the ICIP. And one of the things that really came out of that process, and we looked at it with our consultants of the day, was doing an expansion on the main floor. And that 12,000 back then was 14,000 square feet, 12,000 square feet. Now the intention was to do a expansion on the main floor to capture the benefits of when you come into the recreation center as an old multi-purpose building. Then your real benefit is to get that introduction to the library right on the main floor when you come in. When you look at the upstairs, good point, Councillor Andrews, now that the Humber has vacated the space, there's a couple of reasons why we wouldn't go into that space in particular. We are looking at a repurposing plan for it. The actual space itself, though, has not been designed to take the load of a library to deal with books. That's not to say you couldn't do online stuff and digital programming and so on and so forth. In actual fact, one of the main purposes upstairs, you'll probably see an increase in our multi-purpose use of those spaces, including spaces for the library for various programs. Right now, as an example, the maker space that you referred to, Dara is currently working on that space in the old vacated lab, computer lab, and we're using that for a couple of reasons now. The vaccination center is still using part of it, and Dara's working on a plan to take the other part and get that moving this year. So the makerspace is on the table. But in particular, though, I want to keep on the table that the vision for the expansion would be to capture the multi-purpose use and the capacity of the library coming off the main floor. And one of the things that came out of our studies as well with the master plan, particularly with older adults in going into spaces such as libraries and other spaces in the building, is the closer the distance to the parking lot, the better. So accessibility for a library particular space would be optimal, if you would, in the front end versus in the further top part of the building or further back.
Yeah, Mr. Osmond, you were reading my mind because, again, I know that some of the patrons that over the years that I've had an opportunity to speak with, and especially some of our senior patrons who are there quite frequently, they've always have indicated that there's a bit of a distance. And so having something maybe a little bit closer to the parking lot, however that could be configured would be certainly part of the consideration. My last question is, in fact, on some form of Indigenous education. Again, in a previous presentation we had this evening, I was pleased to see some of the commitment, but that is something that is also very close to, my activity with the EDI committee. And I'd just like to hear Ms. Fraser's point on how you may end up enhancing some of that as part of the vision that you have for the library.
Absolutely, sir. Through Your Worship to Councillor Andrews. Truth and reconciliation is important to the board, and we have a number of services, programs to help educate both our staff and the public moving forward in the space where if we do build new space, we are seeing a trend in libraries to create space that it's actually flexible, shared space but that would allow for storytelling and even some smudging and different rituals to take place within the space. It is, we have not gone so far as to map out a floor space, but certainly it's those types of community initiatives that where we can all come together and learn from each other that make that possible.
Thank you, Ms. Fraser. Great to have that response to a question and the commitment by the Orangeville Public Library. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. First off, Councillor Andrews stole my thunder a little bit, but I'd still like to pursue this if I could. First off, I'd just like to say that the CAO's background is tremendously better than the chair's background. Like, you're very festive, Darla, and I don't know what your chair's got going on, but I love the Winnie the Pooh book and all that going on. In terms of, the library, I guess to put all my cards on the table, I've always felt that a vibrant library, something that's compelling and interesting and a community meeting place, is vital to the town, especially a small town. And our library downtown, in my mind, is one of the most beautiful buildings in all of Dufferin County. So I know there was talk before about closing, and in your presentation you spoke about that. So let's just table that as a non-starter. But when you come over to our hockey arena that happens to have a library, I would suggest that lots of times people don't know what's there, and it's also, as a friend of the library, I would say that the atmosphere in that facility is not near as compelling as the one that we have downtown. And in addition to that, the commentary about being on the main floor and being accessible and letting people know what's there, I think, is key. So, full cards on the table. I'm supportive of the library. I'm supportive of the extra space. I just think there's something bigger that's happening at that arena. And until we have more of a plan and something concrete in place, I liked how you said you're at the table and fighting for your space. I think that's right. But it's how do we manipulate that in the best way possible for the bigger picture? And we all know we've got that extra room, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it. But I'd like to utilize it in the best way possible. And I don't know. I've been in lots of arenas through the hockey world, and the Alder Street Arena is nowhere near what it could be based on what other municipalities are offering at this point in time. So I think you'll be a big focus of that. My hope would be, my support would be, but we need something larger done in place in terms of a plan before we can address this. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Thanks again for your background of your screen.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you to our chair, Mr. Ray, and our chief librarian, Ms. Fraser. The presentation was well documented, and it was quite an interesting read. I'm supportive of the new logo. However passionate I was, the fact that our previous logo displayed our 1895 Carnegie building. I'm sad to see that go. However, we do have to move on with modern times, so I will take that because I do like the new tagline and the new look. So I just wanted to kind of make that comment, and also very excited to see that number one priority is that we keep that Mill Street Library and it remains a library and that it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, if I could, through your worship, respond to that. Yeah, we fully recognize the importance of the Mill Street location, and that came abundantly clear in all the research. And then we just recognize that the opportunity to grow is at Alder. And if we're going to have a logo that's going to encapture the entire library, both of its branches, it really can't depict just one location. It really needs to fully encompass and be more forward thinking in terms of the library as a whole. And as far as the Alder Street location currently, right now it's really a situation of being out of sight, out of mind. I mean, people come in and out of there to go to hockey, the pool, the Twisters, And not everybody wanders up to the second floor and happens to notice that there's a library. So if there's something more that we can do to expand there and better utilize the space that is there. The point was made that there's lots of people lining up wanting that space, but we're certainly going to hopefully get our share of it and be able to offer greater services to the town of Orangeville as a result of it.
Just to follow up, Your Worship, yeah, my comment about seeing the old logo go, you're right. It just depicts the one library. That logo was implemented many, many years before the even the thoughts of Alder Street, I'm sure. So I appreciate the time that we had it. So you're right. Time to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Ray and Councillor Sherwood. I'll just share a couple thoughts. The Alder Street location where the library is right now is, to be kind, it's in an awkward location in the building. When you think about the users, I think about parents and young children. I think about seniors using it. It's somebody just mentioned it's tucked away. It's not in a good position. So I think there has to be more thought put into this. I think about the BMX park that is on the north end of the parking lot. It really has been a bit of a failure in terms of the use. So, what about just, adding on to the front of the building and cannibalizing that for additional parking if needed? Like it needs to be more accessible. I think we need a more modern library, but I'm not so sure tucked inside that building is the place for it to be. I think it maybe should be right out front or in a more central location in town. There's still talk about, a revamp of Tony Rose and a change of Tony Rose. I mean, that's a great location as well. And if we're going to spend 10 million or more on some new modern state-of-the-art type of library experience, let's think about the best location for it to be as accessible to the most number of people. So, but tucked inside that building, not a fan of that. So there needs to be a lot more thought on that. But thank you very much for your presentation. I know you've got everybody engaged on this idea. Council support of bigger and better things from the library, but we need to have some more thought on location and what that is. Councillor Taylor, your hand is still up. Did you have another question, sir, or was that?
Sorry, it's Monday Night Blues. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. By the way, the coloring reminding me a little bit of the Ukrainian colors, Councillor Andrews, the library, the yellow and blue. And I noticed, I see on your lapel the terrible things that are happening over there. I don't want to bring the meeting down, but I see your lapel there and it makes me think of all the terrible things that are going on right now in our world. And I wish we could change what has happened over the past 10 days there. It's terrible. Okay, let's move on now. Thank you, Mr. Ray and Ms. Fraser, for your presentation, and lots of work to carry on with and move this project along. Thank you. All the best. All right, moving on to item 10.4. We have Jamie Garcia from CIMA wishes to talk about traffic calming. Jamie, are you on board?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I was expecting that Gary is going to introduce me, but probably he's not here today.
No, Gary's on board. Gary, are you there? Did you want to? There he is.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to take 1 minute to introduce Jaime Garcia, and also to introduce the topic today. As council is aware, traffic calming is so important to municipalities, and especially our urban centers. You'll recall Mr. Garcia presented to council in the summer a preliminary plan that talked about some of the traffic calming techniques that could be considered. And today's presentation is really to talk about a little bit more about how you determine where the appropriate locations are to implement traffic calming. So the report and the presentation present a mechanism to systematically evaluate requests and provide us a strong sort of technical assessment of where to act. So I just wanted to give council that flavor of what the report was about and let council know that both myself and Mr. Lackey are available should there be questions either now or later when the report comes forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Garcia, did you wish to speak now, or we'll just wait until you present at 11.3 in our agenda?
I don't know. I was under assumption that they're going to present to you the material. It's just a brief presentation, just 10 minutes. And after that, if you have questions, of course, Gary, John, and I will be ready to respond. So if you may, I'm going to share my presentation to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, as usual, I want to confirm that everybody can see the presentation. I'm going to transfer to the presentation mode. My screen is a white screen, so if you don't see some portion of the screen, just let me know and I can reduce the size. This is a very brief presentation. The intention of this material is just to take you sometime in the past year to the initiation of this assignment, what is changed since the last October, and what is going to be the last item for discussion as part of this assignment. As somebody of you may know, we started this assignment way back in May 2021. The idea was to go through the material, existing background information from traffic calming perspective, already applicable on the town. We complete that assignment on June 2021. We engage stakeholders to review what could be the potential measures that we are going to discuss, what could be the process that the town needs to introduce to determine, as Gary said, will be the most adequate location and measures to implement. We present this material to council on September. At that time, it was just a draft presentation of what will happen to introduce the type of measures that we envision for the town. Since then, what we also did was a field review. We identified the existing conditions on 5 different corridors in 13 different locations to estimate what are the traffic conditions at that location. This was used to determine a series of factors that are part of the implementation process. I'm going to discuss with you and present briefly how we did that in the next slides. Finally, on February 2022, we received instructions from staff to evaluate and review the potential use of children's traffic dampening signs as part of this assignment. I need to say that this was not included originally in our scope of work, but we respond to the staff request, and you will see some of this material in my presentation today. So what you are going to see in the next 4 slides is the implementation process that the staff is going to conduct to determine, 1, if traffic calming is required. 2nd, if it's required, which type of measures needs to be implemented and how. So this slide identified the first part. It was determined, working with the staff, that any member of public will be able to request the implementation of traffic calming. I need to state the fact that not all the requests will be answered affirmatively. The intention of this process is to determine in which locations and situations traffic calming is really a solution to a problem. In order to do that, the staff will receive the traffic calming requests, are going to identify first if the location is being considered ineligible for the previous 5 years. If the answer is yes, and no considerable changes are happened or did happen in this period, the answer will be that this is still not applicable and traffic calming cannot be appropriate for that location. If the answer is no, staff will proceed with the next step. The next step identifies a series of factors that will allow staff to determine if a traffic calming is suitable, meaning that it's not that they are going to say yes to the application, is to determine if traffic calming measures can be applicable to the location. And there are some specific parameters that identify this availability. One is great, it should be less than 8%, that the block length is not bigger than 110 meters, and there is a local or collector road. After that, there is a specific threshold for vehicular traffic. For local traffic, it should be less than 750 vehicles per day, or not less than 1,500 vehicles per day for a collector. This is important. If we allow the implementation of traffic calming in roads that doesn't have enough traffic volumes, the purpose of the traffic calming measure will fail. For that reason, vehicular traffic is added at the very beginning of this process. Another element that was identified as part of these factors is the collision data. This is also important, not because traffic calming can reduce the potential of collisions, but also because if there is a great number of collisions, for example, more than 3 in a local road or more than 6 on a collector, this may be a sign of a different problem, a problem that the traffic calming may not be able to solve by itself. After staff review this information, they are going to determine if a traffic study needs to be implemented to confirm if traffic calming measures can be applicable. Now, for the evaluation of the applicability of the traffic calming measures, staff and us as consultant arrived to a specific threshold. I'm going to discuss the table of this threshold in the next slide, but it's important to consider that due to the characteristic of some of the traffic calming measures, some are expensive to implement, the intention of have a minimum threshold of 25 points was considered as important for staff. In this case, this threshold is applicable and will be applicable to determine in which locations this type of treatment are really adequate, meaning that it's going to be cost effective. Now, how we arrived at these 25 points? It's not only traffic speed. We use the information collected in the 13 of the locations that I discussed previously to evaluate what are the main elements, in this case, the criteria that the town staff will use to determine if a traffic calming measure is required. In this case, the bigger points, of course, is traffic speeds. But it's not only traffic speeds that the one that is going to trigger the need for a traffic calming. And it's not, because there is a series of elements that needs to be considered. I mentioned before, traffic volumes, collision history. But there are another 2 elements that we added to this point criteria to increase the number of points that some locations will need in order to be able to eligible to have traffic calming measures. In this case, pedestrian generators or facilities and bicycle facilities or routes. It is important to consider that vulnerable users, in this case pedestrian and cyclists, will be benefit with the implementation of traffic calming measures. And for that reason, adding points just to the fact that there are pedestrians or cycling facilities along the corridor on the review, it's very important for the town. So what the town staff is going to use is this table to determine when and where a traffic calming measure is required to reduce the potential effects of speed behavior. The last part of the process, of course, is to determine which type of measures a town staff is going to use to solve or minimize the problem. We discussed in the previous presentation to council the different treatments. In this case, it's just a brief presentation, so I'm not going to present the different measures to you today, but the intention of this slide is to remind you what are these type of measures. Horizontal deflections, as chicanes, lateral chips, curb extensions. I need to state very clearly that based on the conversations with town staff, vertical deflections such as speed bumps, raised crosswalk are not going to be permitted on roads under jurisdiction of the town of Orangeville. Other measures that the town staff may decide to use is roadway narrowing with paint markings or vertical center lines, paving markings to enhance and identify particular characteristics of the roads, of course, enforcement when applicable, and education. And I'm going to take this moment to go to the children's traffic dampening sign. This is an enforcement of educational measures. This is our understanding that in the past, town council was presented with this type of signs that are used right now for the township of Melancton. The idea was to confirm if, as part of the traffic calming toolbox that we prepare to the town, these signs can be used and usable for the town. So what we did was to identify if others are using this type of signs. And the answer is yes. For example, I have here, if I remember well, the name of this still is Michael or William or something like that. It's from the city of London. London has this type of student silhouettes implemented along some roads, especially on school routes. However, we need to consider some limitations to these signs, and we were instructed by town staff to identify specific questions that we need to respond. And the first one is if these type of signs are used as single measures or there are standalone measures. The answer is you can implement it as a standalone, but the effect will be minimal. The intention or main intention of these signs is to reinforce other measures. For example, you see in the picture here that a vertical center line is just right ahead the sign. The idea of the sign is to remind the driver and the community that the town is implementing some traffic calming treatments or trying to modify the behavior of a community in specific locations. The second question is, how much time do you need to include this type of signs in order to modify the behavior of a community? The answer is a tricky one. There is no specific timeline in which you say, yes, you are going to include the signs and everybody is going to change the way that they are driving. However, usually pilot studies require at least 90 days, a period of 90 days in which you install the sign, evaluate the behavior, and confirm the results of these signs. once again, I use the opportunity for this slide. You will see once again here. Now the kid is on the city of Cambridge. They also have another one with a girl, but in this one I have only for the boy. And on the town of Caledon, they follow a different approach. They engage a school to design their own signs. The intention of this one was to increase the perception of the community that this is a community goal and not only something that the town wants to implement. And with this last slide, I finish my presentation. Of course, if you have any other questions or things that I need or John and Gary needs to confirm, by all means, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, would you mind putting up the scoring criteria, the slide again? I believe it was a table that showed all the points criteria. Sorry, I tried to catch the page number, but I'm sure you've got it there.
No, that's okay.
So the first part of it was the traffic speeds, and it says 1 point for every 1 kilometer, the 85th percentile speed. Can you educate me on exactly what that means? Because I have no idea what that means, and maybe provide me with an example.
Yes, of course. It's easy to understand. At the moment that you collect data for a speed study, you have information for 72 hours of all the vehicles crossing a specific point. And you can use that information to determine what is the percentage of vehicles for each bracket of a speed. The 85 percentile means that 85% of the vehicles goes under a specific speed. Let's say, for example, that the posted speed is 40 kilometers per hour. And the 85 percentile speed of that location is 55. So you will have 15 points for every kilometer in the 85 percentile speed above the posted speed. So if the 85 percentile, meaning the speed in which over 85% of the vehicles are circulating, you will have 1 point for every kilometer.
Okay.
Thank you. Deputy Barrett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like everything about this report. Speed bumps, in my opinion, are a big no-no, and it doesn't include speed bumps. I hate them. My previous employment. I do find this very interesting, and like I say, I support it 100%. I happen to spend a lot of time in the Kitchener-Waterloo area, and a lot of these things have been utilized in that area, and it works. It does work. So again, I support this, and I think it's a great report, and thank you.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Councillor McStutch.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Mr. Garcia, thank you for your detailed update for us. Councillor Sherwood did mention something about the equation for calculating based on percentile. I'd just like to reference that 72 hours, and maybe yourself or Mr. Koselleck could provide some clarification. This is, in fact, determining what is that 72-hour period. And for my education and clarification, because I know that there are certain parts of our community and there are anomalies in certain parts of our community where, depending on the time of the week, you will end up getting volumes of traffic. You will also end up getting less traffic. So determining when that 72-hour period is in fact calculated, is it, in succession, or are we talking, 24 hours here, 24 hours there, and another 24 hours? I'm just looking for some clarification on that part of that equation.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Andrews. the 72 hours is a 3 days continuous time, meaning that the crew or the town installs the equipment to identify the speed of all the vehicles from one day, let's say 8 a.m. one day, to 8 a.m. 3 days after. So the intention is to, as you say, to identify the behavior of the vehicles driving along a corridor as much as possible. And you are correct. During the day, there are peak times, or during the night, the behavior and the speeding behavior is different. So for that reason, a standard practice as per this speed studies calls for a 72 hours continuous identification of speed. In fact, the equipment identifies the speed every 15 minutes. So you have a very good amount of data to identify the behavior for all the drivers along a specific corridor.
Now, is there a sweet spot in a particular week or during a week? Because again, there may be some examples that we don't necessarily need to hear in your response in other locations, but there are some differences that exist in our community where it might be busier on a Saturday or Sunday and a Friday. And so I'm just looking at the determination and how you end up figuring out which day of the week that you end up conducting that 72-hour period. I see Mr. Koselleck has his hand up to respond.
Gary is going to respond that for me.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Andrews, it's a good question. We would obviously target the time frame where the problems are known to exist. So, for example, if it was a school zone that was an area of particular concern, we'd try and pick up those school days. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday type of thing. If it was a Saturday night issue that on routes that lead to and from bars and restaurants, we'd try and make sure we picked up that time frame. So I think it would vary a little bit depending on the nature of the issue, but we would certainly tailor the 3-day period for the issue that we're trying to identify.
Thank you very much for that answer, Mr. Koselleck.
Thank you, Councillor Post.
Mr. Garcia, thank you very much for the presentation. I think the report is excellent and there's lots of fantastic ideas in there. Through you, Mr. Mayor, though, to Mr. Koselleck, I do have a couple of questions. So the first question is, there are a few areas or neighborhoods within our community that have been identified over the last couple of years that still have not had a traffic calming solution implemented of any kind. So one in particular that jumps to mind is Spencer Avenue, another being Diane Drive, another being College Avenue. And they're areas where there really wasn't an appropriate solution that may require some further investigation. So at this point, once this is received, implemented, what would be the process for those neighborhoods to be looked at again? And second to that, how is it determined, or can you go a bit into detail of how it's determined what the most appropriate traffic calming measure would be for that specific area? Is there certain, in the criteria for the point system, is there certain criteria that scores higher that would lead to a different traffic calming solution than another? Just curious on how that process would work.
Through your worship to Councillor Post, two things. The picking the appropriate solution is kind of depends on the condition of the road, and something we got talking about earlier. If there's a road that's in poor condition and you wanted to put in some sort of horizontal deflections to slow cars down, the appropriate time to do it would be in conjunction with a road reconstruction, for example, because those are fairly expensive, time-consuming treatments to implement. If there are roads that are like a Spencer that are in relatively new condition, I think Diane Drive was rebuilt a bunch of years ago, they'd likely be better candidates for things that are less intrusive. So where you're not going in and ripping up or replacing a perfectly good curb, for example. So they'd be more candidates for treatments like the signage, some painting treatments that can be done. There are the portable speed cameras that can be put up just to create awareness about how fast people are driving, and obviously increased enforcement.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Post. Yeah, I think these child signs are a good thing, but like most signs, they become part of the background after a while. And is there some intention for these signs to be mobile and be moved from neighborhood to neighborhood? Because I think that might be more effective for them to be rotated rather than put in place permanently. Mr. Koslar?
Yes, through your worship, that's a great question. And Mr. Garcia can probably speak to it more than I, but in his research, he did identify that with time, it takes time for the signs to take full effect. And it also, in time, people become numb to them, which means that they're not really serving a purpose anymore. He did identify a minimum time frame of 90 days. So if we were to implement those signs, we'd put them up on their own post for a minimum time frame of 90 days and monitor it. My sense is that they wouldn't be up for a lot longer than that. So probably, up for a minimum of 3 months and not up for longer than 4 months. And then there'd be an opportunity to move them to other areas in town that are having similar traffic calming issues.
Mr. Garcia, that is the intent?
Yes, through your worship. Yes, Gary is correct. I need to say that our review of the use of this type of signs in other communities, for example, City of London doesn't install the signs by themselves. They provide them in a loan to school boards, and the schools goes and implement the signs by themselves. We didn't recommend that to the town because you need to identify a specific location to implement the sign. I am assuming, I'm not privy to that information, the City of London discussed this issue with the boards, and they say, yeah, I need to include this, but the boards implement the device by themselves. City of Cambridge follow a similar path. They install the devices, they have 4 on stock, and they rotate the use of these devices as necessary, meaning that they receive requests for the school boards and they decide which roads could be of benefit to install these signs, and usually they implement the signs during summer or spring due to the weather conditions, and that's the way that most probably these signs are implemented in other municipalities. Our suggestion to the town was that if town decides to use these signs, they will have it installed by themselves, not given to the school boards, but keep it at least 90 days to enforce. I need to state that again, to enforce a community behavior change. The signs by themselves doesn't reduce the speed. The intention of the sign is to allow the community to have a better understanding that they need to change the behavior while driving.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Sherwood.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to thank Councillor Post for bringing forward the projects that are still outstanding. Just behind the scenes, Mr. Koslak has been very kind to me and has stated that he'll be getting at some of the outside issues that are there. But, we just, so people who are watching don't misunderstand. I mean, we've still got Oak Ridge, I think Cedar Drive, Spencer. Those are the college, Councillor Post mentioned all those. So I know that we're going to get those in short order. Now that we have my question to you, Mr. Koslak, is now that we have a process, we have these 4 or 5 kind of top level projects that need to be gotten to in a short period of time. Let's just say that we go through the process and it comes back that we disagree, or council disagrees, or we as the public disagree with the outcome. What next? What do we do now? Like, are we appealing to a higher order, or is it just die in the vine? Does it come back to council and we override, or what's the process that would happen with minimum conflict, I guess, would be my preference.
Sure. Through your worship, I think the process would be to come back to council. The idea of this system is really to provide that sort of unbiased, systematic way to evaluate the requests that come in and make sure that they're dealt with evenly across the municipality, and we're putting these treatments in the areas that they're most needed. Certainly, council hears things that we may not hear, or sees things, and we love to hear about it. And should council choose to, that would be the body that would override a staff decision or override the evaluation that's done through this policy. My hope would certainly be that the policy addresses, most of the requests that come in quite adequately. There will be people that aren't happy at the end of the day. They see an issue on their particular street, but it's it's not one that actually delivers a broad community benefit.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if we could perhaps move along the discussion and the questions when we get to the part of the agenda regarding the actual report itself. This was just a presentation by Mr. Garcia, and we're getting really in deep into questions that I think need to be weighted for the staff report. I do have other questions, but I'm waiting at that point of the agenda.
Great, very good. Councillor Peters, did you light yourself up there? No? Okay. Also, we're 2 hours into the meeting right now. I'm wondering if we should take a 5-minute break for staff and council and come back at 9:05, if that's okay with everybody. Let's take a quick break. Thank you. I guess we'll move along on our agenda here. Again, thank you to Mr. Garcia for his presentation. I know we're going to be talking about that further in a few minutes. We're going to move on to 11.1 now. This is a report, Property Standards Bylaw CPS 2022-012, and the recommendation is that the report CPS 2022-012 Property Standards Bylaw be received, and the council pass a bylaw prescribing the standards for maintenance and occupancy of property and repeal bylaws 23-82, 6-2002, and 33-2002. Could we have a motion on this, please? Councillor Andrews, seconder, Councillor Post. Any comments or questions to staff on this? Councillor Peters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Have I unmuted here? It's not showing up.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, bit of a lag. Sorry. Thank you. Through you, I just wanted to say thank you to staff for addressing some of the comments that came up during the meeting. I think I made both of those probably that the report addressed. Certainly the one about the trimming, I agree with. I think that language is helpful for plants that are maybe not as manicured as others. But I do continue to disagree with the compost piece, and I think comparing it to a garbage receptacle is not quite fair. And I think it can be done very simply and without any trouble, and would certainly improve people who have gardens in their front yards. And I don't imagine that this will be a hotly contested issue, and I'm not sure how everyone else on council feels about it, but to me it seems unnecessarily restrictive. So I would like to see an amendment to pull that piece out, but of course interested in others' thoughts as well.
Okay. Well, we have motion on the table now, which has been put forward and seconded. Does anybody wish to amend at this point? Or second an amendment? Councillor Peters, anybody wishes to second Councillor Peters' amendment? Councillor Post, you wish to speak on this?
I was just wondering if perhaps we could get some input from town staff who put the report together, just to understand where it's coming from before we add that in. I'd just like to hear some commentary from town staff.
Is that clerk's department, Deputy Clerk? Are you? Oh, Ms. Landry, there she is.
Hello there.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Essentially, Councillor Post, when staff were looking at this, although I do appreciate and understand where Councillor Peters is coming from, staff were looking more for consistency in terms of where compost and receptacles can be stored. So that was the reason why we didn't support making the amendment. There's nothing further to add to that. And of course, it's council's prerogative if they want to amend the bylaw to remove that provision.
Okay. I guess we have a motion by Councillor Peters to repeal a portion of this. That was to, he wishes to allow composting on in front lawns, correct, Councillor Peters?
Correct. Would you mind if I asked the question before we went further with that?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Through you to the clerk's department or perhaps someone else, have there ever been complaints with respect to bylaw and composters in front yards?
Councillor Peters, I would have to look into that and report back to council with respect. When we did develop the bylaw, like I can't give you the number or whether there have been specific complaints in that regard without checking into it. But I can tell you that when we did develop this bylaw, we did evaluate as a whole the nature of the complaints that we do respond to. So when staff made the suggestions that they did make, either there were inquiries or there were complaints in that regard. Whether this was simply inquiries that were had or whether there were actual complaints, I'd have to report back to council on that.
Yeah, understood.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, you wish to speak on this?
I wish to second that, Councillor Peters.
Okay, so, all right, we, I guess initially we'll vote on proposed amendment to this bylaw. proposed by.
If I may, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, just because I know there's a specific section with respect to that particular clause, so it would simply be that council would be recommending that we remove that specific provision.
Correct. Correct, Councillor Peters? That is what you wish? Okay. Councillor Taylor, you wish to speak to this before we vote on that?
I would, thank you, Your Worship. To me, whenever you're going to take a position, you should always offer the what and the why, and great respect for Councillor Peters. I would never put a compost heap on my front lawn, and I don't think I would enjoy my neighbors doing the same. So, just for that reason, I'm not anti-compost. We certainly enjoy the wet process that we have in town, and very supportive of that. And if people want to have compost on their property, they can do so. I just don't know why we would have it on the front lawn. So I just can't vote for that. I wanted to share that with Councillor Peters why I wouldn't be supporting this.
Very good. Okay, so without further ado, we have Councillor Peters' motion to repeal that portion, and seconded by Deputy Mayor McIntosh. All in favor of repealing that? And opposed? Fortunately, that fails. So moving on to the previous motion, Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Post, I believe. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Peters is opposed. All right, thank you very much, councillors. Moving on to 11.2. This is a report regarding open air burning bylaw that it be received, that council pass a bylaw to amend the open air burning bylaw permit to permit burning between the hours of 12 p.m. and 11 p.m. and that staff report back to council if there is a significant increase in the number of complaints or concerns regarding the nature of such complaints. Can we have a motion on this, please? Councillor Post, second by Councillor Taylor. Deputy Mayor McIntosh, you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Believe it or not, I don't support this. When the last council did the new bylaw, this was one of the only areas I agreed with them, was limiting the hours from 6 to 11. I supported it before that because of the pandemic and the wish that people wanted to have all-day fires. It's just been my experience that if people are burning at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they're not doing it for the ambience. They're doing it to burn garbage. So that's one of the reasons I just can't support extending this. I didn't mind doing it before, but enough's enough, I think. And like I say, this is the one area I supported on the bylaw because I think it's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, what you've just said makes some sense there. I think I'm supportive of what you're suggesting. So, all right, councillors, any further comments on this before we vote on this continued extension? Councillor Taylor, did you wish to speak? And then Councillor Peters?
I do, sir. Again, to me, I want to give people as much freedom to do as they wish on their own properties while being respectful of their neighbors. And honestly, nothing better in the summertime than getting together with friends, especially in a backyard barbecue, and having a fire and other activities while you're out there enjoying it. So I just don't see an issue with this, and I think we need to trust our citizens and give them the leeway to do as they wish on their property. So I'll be voting in favor of staff's recommendation.
Very good. Councillor Peters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just my commentary. I think everyone knows I hadn't supported this even during the pandemic when it was extended, so I'll continue to oppose it, despite Councillor Taylor's comments about property and at the previous issue. But regardless of that, I remain on the same side as the Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so what we have before us is a motion by Councillor Post, second by Councillor Taylor, to pass a bylaw to amend the allow the open air burning bylaw to permit burning between the hours of 12 and 11 p.m., which is extending it from 6 p.m. to noon. All right, all in favor? And opposed? All right, that motion passes. Okay, folks, moving on to 11.3.
Your worship,
Councillor-
for the record, you have to read out who opposed.
Very good. Councillor McIntosh, Councillor Peters, and Councillor Brown were in opposition.
Do you get demoted, Your Worship?
Demoted? In what sense?
Just called yourself Councillor Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Mayor
please
Brown.
keep your position.
We both did.
My apology. Deputy Mayor McIntosh.
Deputy
my
Mayor,
apology.
too.
Yes. All right. Getting late, folks. Sorry. Okay. 11.3 traffic calming final report and policies. A recommendation that report INS 2022-012 traffic calming final report and policy be received, and that staff be directed to implement the traffic calming policy and implementation process as set out in CIMA's traffic calming study and policy report dated February 2022, attachment number 1 to report INS 2022-012, and that staff apply the new policy to review and evaluate traffic calming applications from members of the public and neighboring communities in the town of Orangeville. Neighborhood communities, I'm sorry, in the town of Orangeville. Could we have a motion on this, please? Deputy Mayor McIntosh, second by Councillor Taylor. And comments. Councillor Peters has his hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Kostelak, and this may, I guess, render me Mr. Amendment, but through you to Mr. Kostelak, could you perhaps describe how this report and its findings could be applied to new neighborhoods? If we think of some of the developments, that are going to come across the table in the next few years, how do we make sure that the roads, when they're built the first time, are aligning with our town goals for traffic calming and speed reduction?
Mr. Kostelak.
Yeah, through your worship, that's a fantastic question. We should develop a standard or a series of standards that we can incorporate into our both subdivision criteria and also the design standards that we use for road reconstruction. And that would be a really appropriate time to consider implementing the physical restrictions, so things like the chicanes, road narrowing, some of the bends in the roads that help to promote slower driving, and then you can get it the first time, and you're not back dealing with the Spencer Avenues of the world, 5-10 years after they're built. So that is an excellent suggestion.
So if I may, Mayor Brown, perhaps include a clause that staff look into what that policy or direction might be for future neighborhoods. That's not too much to ask.
I think that's an excellent suggestion based on Mr. Kostelak's response. And I presume, Mr. Kostelak, that other municipalities have already incorporated maybe traffic calming designs into their subdivision agreements and into their road planning. Is that correct, sir? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, through your worship, absolutely. Some do, some don't, but we wouldn't be reinventing the wheel. There's some good design guidance that's out there already that we can learn from and then incorporate it into our design criteria and update.
Right. So, Councillor Peters, so your suggestion is that we ask and direct staff to look at bringing another report back in the future that would identify when new roads are built, how we would implement traffic calming. Is that essentially what you're asking for?
Yes, because I mean, understanding that the study didn't address new roads, it was more of a rehabilitation effort. So I don't want to jump to conclusions on how those might be performed, but I think we're missing the design piece of the equation, which should in turn reduce complaints once those roads are built.
Okay, good. Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Andrews. Any comments from councillors before we vote on that proposed amendment? Councillor Sherwood and Post, you have your hands up, but that's for other issues, not specific to this amendment. All right, so let's vote on this amendment. All in favor of Councillor Peters' amendment? All right, very good. And then let's go on to Councillor Sherwood and the Councillor Post on this matter. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Koslak. So am I clear that if we approve this evening, the 5-year review, would it be grandfathered in? So in other words, if someone was to get a complaint tomorrow from College Avenue, does the 5-year complaint start from today, or will they historically look back and say, okay, no, we had a complaint about College Avenue 2 years ago, so you can't complain?
Mr. Koselleck.
Yeah, through your worship, it's a good question. I think the 5 years is put in as a guidance to say that typically, very little changes on a roadway within 5 years. But I would make this note that there are things that can cause a road's dynamics to change. For example, an upstream subdivision gets connected and the traffic patterns are going to change significantly. And, in my mind, common sense would prevail, and you wouldn't hide behind a 5-year provision. We'd certainly look at reinvestigating it right away. But if it's in an area where really nothing has changed over the course of 5 years, traffic volumes, haven't changed, there hasn't been any abutting development, then my suggestion would be, we don't spend a lot of additional staff time reevaluating it. We wait until that period is up.
Okay, can I just have one follow-up question or comment, actually? I find that the speed display device works for me personally. If I'm driving somewhere and that thing starts flashing at me, man, I put on the brakes, right? So I would like to see more of them put around town, like mobilely placed. And I was trying to find out in the report, and it's funny because they seem to be, I don't know if this is in order of your preference of different types of traffic calming, but it almost seems like it's the last one. And I hope it wouldn't be the last one that would be thought as a way of calming, because like I said, it works for me. But the cost wise, how much would it cost us to have one or two of these that can be portably moved around town? Mr. Koselleck, do you have a cost on that?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't know the cost of those speed trailers. We can investigate it. My guess would be they'd be $5,000 or $10,000, but that's strictly a guess. I don't know if Mr. Garcia is still with us. He may have had experience with them in another municipality. But as the report notes, there will be things like that come forward that are a good idea for the town to get if they want to continue to advance traffic calming and, Vision Zero type principles in the community. And as we say in the report, those are the things that we'll bring forward through budgets for council to consider. So, and I agree with you. I think they're very effective. I don't slam on my brakes, but I do ease off on the gas. And we would certainly look at that favorably and bring something to council to consider through the budget process.
Just one quick question. Do we have any mobile ones currently in inventory?
Through Your Worship, not that I'm aware of.
Well, Mr. Garcia, thanks for joining us again. That was a quick question about mobile speed registering devices. Do you know the rough cost of one that's mobile?
Yes, through your worship to Council Sherwood, all depends of the model of the device. The speed displays are in different configurations. The one of the cheapest one is the one that doesn't require that support. You can put it in a pole that is already there, and some of them doesn't need to include power. You don't need to connect to the electrical power. There are solar feed. The cost is around $5,000 to $10,000 depending of the device, and depending of if the town installs by themselves or a company installs the device for you. So yeah, average is $7,000 with installation, solar power.
Very good, thank you. I think they're particularly effective, and they should be placed on the entry points into town. People are coming from highway speeds, and sometimes they're forgetful about entering the urban environment. I think it'd be good to locate them on our main entry points into town as well. All right, Councillor Post.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Deputy Mayor McIntosh and Councillor Taylor, I do recall a few weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, there were a couple of items that you guys had brought forward as notice of motion that were related to traffic calming. And my thought, or my recollection was that they would be coming back at the same time as this report. Is that still the intent, that those will be dealt with as well? Or are we moving those off? Just wondering where we are with those couple of items that you both had brought forward.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead. I thought one of them was the child signs, was it not?
Yeah,
that is correct. That's what I was going to say. Maybe Councillor Taylor can remind me what the other one was, but the first one was definitely the children's signs.
You know, you've got me on the spot. The children's signs for sure. And then the only other one that we brought forward, and maybe we're just confusing it, but it was false alarms. We brought that forward recently from the Police Services Board.
Oh,
So
maybe those were on the
that's
same.
what we're thinking of, but I don't think there's anything else related, and it's in here and it's recommended. And I like the 90-day piece as well. I think that makes lots of sense. So, you know,
So there's no additional action that's required on behalf of council to move that forward, Mr. Koselak?
Through your worship, no. So it's part of the plan should council approve it tonight. And, you know, part of the next steps would be looking to source materials like the signs so that they can be implemented, you know, as early as this summer when we have requests come in that we feel a sign like that would be a favorable treatment.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss a step, so I appreciate it.
Okay. Councillor Sherwood, one more question.
So I'm just trying to think when I go back to these display signs, like I say, they work for me. How do we move forward? Do we have to include something in this motion to ask staff to bring that up for this year's budget or next year's budget? Or do we have money in this year's budget that perhaps staff can come back and say, we found some money here and we can at least buy one until we budget for more?
Been on the books for several months. I would hope, Councillor Sherwood, that Mr. Koselak had some money in his budget, but I guess we'll find out right now. Mr. Koselak, what are your thoughts?
Your worship, I would say lower value things that are in the range of $7,000 to $10,000, we could probably find some money in there. But I think generally speaking, the types of things that we'll be looking to do as part of traffic calming will show up in the budget either as standalone items, so something like a portable radar sign, or through capital projects for, say, a road reconstruction where we're doing some additional features to try and slow traffic down. So you'll see those, the most of the things will come through the budget, but I don't want to leave council with the impression that we're not doing anything this year. There's certainly money within the existing budget for signs and different things that we can affect some of these treatments this year.
Do the rest of my councils feel the same as I do, that that's something we'd like to see maybe come on board sooner rather than later?
I believe so. Yeah, I think we see some nodding heads here. So yeah, I think we'll leave it in Mr. Koselak's capable hands to bring back. And if there's an ask for money, that we'll have to consider that in the coming weeks. Deputy Mayor McIntosh, then Councillor Peters.
Yes, do keep in mind we did authorize the, I think they're called Black Cats, the radar, the portable radar units. Those have been approved by council. They're just having trouble getting them because of supply. But that would be an added expense as well coming up this year, but was approved.
Was approved, yeah, right. Councillor Peters.
I was actually thinking of the same measure and wanted to make sure we had that data available, you know, so we knew where to put one of these sort of enforcement measures, so that we're not, you know, buying it prematurely or putting it where maybe it doesn't belong.
Right. Well, Mr. Koselak, does Public Works must have some measuring devices on its own for, do you have any speed measuring devices, road speed measuring devices?
Your worship, typically what we do is we have a company come in and do speed studies for us. So they'll put traffic tubes or different things down on a variety of roads, and we'll capture speeds, you know, in the areas where we want to find out what the speeds are, typically the higher speed areas. And that's where, as Mr. Garcia was saying, now we would do 72-hour counts to try and capture sort of some broader information. But we have a lot of historical speed information on different streets throughout town. That's not an issue for us.
Very good. Councillor Taylor.
Just for clarification, so one is a statement, the other one's a question. The black cats, even if we were having them, they don't operate that well in cold weather. So we're still, 45 days away from running them. It's my rough guess, but springtime before they'll make a difference in our community. And I apologize, I've just lost my other. I apologize, it's getting late in the night, but. I guess I've lost that statement, but I just wanted to offer that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. All right, so I think we have a motion on the floor here on this traffic calming final report and policy to direct staff to move ahead. All in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Go ahead.
First, if I could just ask council to vote on the amendment moved by Councillor Peters.
I thought we voted on that. No, we didn't.
I thought we did too.
We did.
We did vote. It was passed. The amendment was passed. Yes.
My apologies. I don't think I caught that. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't think there was anybody in opposition, Deputy Clerk. It was unanimous. Okay, so back to the vote now on this. All in favor? All right, that's again another unanimous vote. So thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 12, correspondence, 12.1 and 12.2, correspondence received. Can we have a motion to receive that correspondence, please? Councillor Andrews, second by Councillor Peters. All in favor? Thank you. Committee and board minutes, excuse me, and a notice of motion prior to meeting, none. Any notices of motion at meeting, councillors? I'm sorry. We have some hands up here. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Andrews? No?
My apologies.
Are there any notices of motion at meeting, councillors? Councillor Peters, go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just to follow up to our discussion recently about the fare free transit and the motion that will sort of extend that study and some of the details for staff to look into. So I'll have that ready for next meeting.
Right. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Peters. New business, councillors, any new business? We've got a few here. Councillor Andrews, I'm sorry, Councillor Post is first. Go ahead, Councillor Post.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. International Women's Day is recognized annually on March 8th. It's there to recognize social, economic, cultural, and political achievements and contributions of women, but also to raise awareness on the ongoing need for equality and gender parity. So tomorrow is International Women's Day, and the theme this year is Break the Bias. And I just wanted to share a couple of words from the official International Women's Day website. Okay, imagine a gender equal world. A world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together we can forge women's equality. Collectively, we can all break the bias. So to all the women in our community, I just wanted to wish you a happy International Women's Day tomorrow. We all, as community leaders, have a responsibility to break the biases within our community on International Women's Day, but also beyond. And I just want to thank everybody here today for being at this virtual table, for always being vocal advocates for equity in all regards. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Post. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you. Very quickly, Councillor Post, I want to thank both you and Councillor Sherwood for your commitment to our community, as well as the staff with the town of Orangeville in recognizing International Women's Day. Two things, Your Worship. I want to publicly thank again the organizers of yesterday's rally, not only here in Orangeville, but also in Caledon, Raisa Palmer and the community of Potava, as well as our other federal and provincial representatives. I want to thank also Deputy Mayor McIntosh for his words of encouragement and giving peace a chance. And again, I was taken back and honored again to be a part of that that recognition and acknowledgement of the atrocities that are continuing in Ukraine. The other that I wanted to bring attention to the community is the Holi Festival. And this is, in fact, an event that it really is a recognition of the Festival of Colors. And this will be led with a proclamation by Your Worship, Sandy Brown, on March 18th at 9 o'clock outside of Town Hall. And we want to embrace this festival with our South Asian community. Councillor Post and I, Councillor Post, who is the chair, and I co-chair the EDI committee. We are really honored to have this introduced to our community and members of our community who are, in fact, going to be participating in a very small way, but we were looking to provide some guidance to our ambassadors and members of our community, and we look forward to seeing what transpires on March the 18th. One other point is that we do have some children that are going to be dropping off what they call friendship rocks to Town Hall on the 17th between noon and 3, and I will be down there with some of the other working group members for accepting those rocks. So again, I want to thank our working group members for all the activity that has come to fruition, and look forward to this on the 18th of March. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to tell everyone and admit that I do have my spies on Councillor Sherwood, and I know that she has already supported Theatre Orangeville and gone and saw Things My Four Sisters Saw, and I will be there myself on Thursday night. I look forward to seeing this play. My understanding is it is just excellent, and Councillor Sherwood would know more than I do at this point, but it plays March 3rd to March 13th. Things My Four Sisters Saw, starring Leslie McCurdy. And councillors, it would be great if we all went to this one. I understand the history of Canada is on display in this one, and it's quite moving. So something to consider, and I hope the public will consider going as well.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I have another piece of new business. I received a letter from a gentleman named David Arbuckle, who's the Executive Director of the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario. I just wanted to read the first paragraph of the letter. Mayor Brown, on behalf of the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario, I'm extremely pleased to announce that Tracy McDonald has successfully graduated from the association's Diploma in Municipal Administration. Moreover, Tracy has been inducted into the AMCTO's Academic Honor Roll, which recognizes academic high achievers from AMCTO's diploma programs. So Tracy, it's a pleasure to work with you. We see you regularly in Town Hall, and I want to recognize you in this council meeting for your success in completing that program as an academic honor student. So way to go, Tracy. Thank you. Councillors, I guess we should move on here. We've just got a couple more items. The question period. Ms. Porman-Cherry, do we have anything else, anybody online that wishes to speak or ask a question?
Through your worship, currently there is no one on the line.
Okay, very good. Councillors, we need to have a motion to move into closed meeting. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Peters, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? All right, staff, we are going to jump on to another link here and into closed meeting, but we will be back to finish off the meeting shortly. Thank you. Okay, we're back from our closed session back into open for Orangeville Town Council. Item 19 is a rise and report. This is a recommendation that the confidential verbal report from Carolina Kahn, our deputy clerk, regarding public office holders, regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and labor relations or employee negotiations be received, and that staff proceed as directed. Can we have a motion on that, please? Councillor Andrews, second by Councillor Post. All in favor? Great. And item 20 is a recommendation that the bylaws listed below be read 3 times and finally passed. A bylaw prescribing standards for the maintenance and occupancy of property. A bylaw to amend a bylaw 2016-110, being a bylaw to prescribe the type of fires, time during which fires may be set, and the precautions to be observed by the person setting fires in the open air, and requirements and fees for fire permits. And 20.3, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Orangeville at its regular and closed public meeting of March the 7th. May I have a motion on those 3 bylaws, please?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just before the vote, I see that Ms. Landry has her hand up.
Ah, Ms. Landry. I'm sorry.
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let council know I had earlier discussions with Councillor Peters just with respect to the property standards bylaw as it related to including a definition of compost within the bylaw itself. So certainly staff is amenable to adding a definition of compost. And if I may just read it so that I can be sure that council is fine with adding that amendment to the bylaw prior to you taking the vote on the bylaw.
Okay, go right ahead.
Is that okay? Okay, so it would be defined to mean a collection of humus materials such as kitchen and table waste, grass clippings, plant trimmings, weeds, and other leaves. And so we would simply add that to the bylaw.
Okay, I'm amenable to that. Everybody else, I see lots of head nods. Yeah, good. Okay. All right, so can we have a motion on these 3 bylaws, please? Councillor Post, second by Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion? All in favor? Councillor Peters, did you have your hand up, sir?
No, I was going to oppose.
You're opposing? Okay. And you're opposing which particular bylaw?
That would be the, well,
20.2
session, which was the burning permit as well as the property standards.
Okay, so 20.1 and 20.2, you wish to be in opposition to those? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and the rest, all 6 members are in agreement with 20.1 and 20.2. And of course, you're in agreement with 20.3, Councillor Peters, as well.
No problem.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
that being the case, if we could just have a separate vote for 20.3.
Okay. Could we have a motion on that? Councillor Peters, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. All in favor of 20.3? Very good. Thank you. And a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Andrews, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? All right. Thanks, folks.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Bye now.